Hello? Can you hear me? You can probably hear me, but can you understand me? I'm a bit worried about tonight because I'm still in the other location that is in the kitchen, and I worry that my voice might be difficult to parse. My words, I should say. Probably gonna have to do some fiddling with the volume so it's easier for me to be understood. Hello, harmless Mr. Taco and Bug. I'm not gonna be here forever, by the way. I'm only gonna be here today, and then tomorrow I'm back to the regular house. I think I'm quite understandable. Thank you. And your microphone as well. So, what even is there to say? Last time we finished episode 4 of Umineko. I felt really good about Battler's chances of solving the mystery last time. He definitely didn't leave me feeling disappointed in more than one way. He absolutely met all of my expectations, and I fully believe that he's about to do it. He's gonna crack the case and let us all go home. I could not trust anybody more than Battler right now. But yeah, last time we finished episode 4. Today, we're gonna finish episode 4. Because we haven't done the tea parties. He's about to solve it, yeah. And the tea parties, as you might have guessed, based on some comments made last time, are a little bit long. At least the first one is going to be really long. I don't remember if the second one is really long, but the first one for sure. I'm ready. I'm all warmed up. So let's get on with it. Which scene is it? It's this one. Okay. So I haven't. This is a stream after a D2 stream. Probably the penultimate stream that I have to do before a D2 stream. Because surely D2 is gonna be over soon. Which means that the volume is all fucked up and I need to recalibrate everything. This is only ambient sound, so it's really hard to tell right now. We'll have to play this by ear and wait until there's actual music in the story. And then you can tell me if the volume is too high. I was about to say, did I remember to save? No, I didn't, because you don't save if you finish the thing. You just unlock the next episode. So we're just getting straight for the tea party. Are you ready? I believe there's no... Oh, wait, I forgot. The main reason I didn't play golf before starting. We finished an episode. And you know what that means. You know what that means. That's right. It means we need to make a new poll. We need to answer the new questions. Trying to vote for Rosa 3 times. Here we go. Now let me see if it works. If it actually works. Yup, it's all there. All my fucking new guys are there. I added all the characters from episode 4. All of them. The only one that I didn't add is Chester 556 because Chester 556 is already included with the other Chesters. They are a group. They are a group package. I added some of the future characters here. Nanjo-san, Komusawa-san, the boatman, witch hunter guy, whose names I did not bother to look up. And I'll call it right now. If nobody votes for these guys on this poll, any of the 2 questions, I'm just removing them because realistically nobody's gonna vote for them ever. I'm just putting them here for the first time just so nobody complains about it. Like, hey, I wanted to vote for Kumasawa-san. And if you have any complaints, my first question to you would be, what is their actual names? And then we'll start the conversation. If you can't answer that first question, there's nothing to say. So here we go. Favorite characters and least favorite characters. As always, I encourage recency bias. So whoever was your favorite on this particular episode should be the one you vote for, and you shouldn't take into account the last 3 episodes. Same thing with the least favorites. I've also been told that the phrasing of the questions might be a little bit iffy. Like, because calling somebody hate or least favorites implies that you don't like the characters in the story. And that's like not quite the intention we're going here. So I consider, well, alternatively, you could call it, which character would you like to see turn into a little mascot creature? As one. And the other one is, which character would you like to see put in the wood chipper? That's how you can reimagine the questions. Oh, she's there. She's she's there. I just didn't order these guys in order of age as the other ones because it's up how many characters there are. But yeah, she's in there. Loken's turn. Mammon should be her own. That would be too complicated. No, yeah, if you want to vote for Mammon, you vote for the stakes. Your Mammon elevates the rest of the stakes. Because I really doubt that somebody really likes Mammon, but hates some of the other stakes. Like, they're not gonna feel bad about elevating the other stakes in rating. Top viewers. Well, I don't know about you guys, but that's a little bit insulting to me. What are you trying to say to me by saying that I need tops? She's not there for hatred. Let me see. Oh, she's not there. I'm gonna have to. Well, I guess you can write her in for this time. You're right. Because then we're gonna have to redo the whole thing. Fuck it. Let's just redo the whole thing. Whatever. I'll redo the whole poll. Hang on. I'm sorry. I need to add Kasumi to the least favorites. Yeah. It really needs to happen. Wow, how did I that one slipped? That's crazy. She's like a top candidate even. There we go. And I think that's everything, yeah. Let's see. I saved it. Will this actually alter the thing, or do I need to redo the link? Well, it's kind of works, but I added an extra option that's nothing. So I actually need to fix that. Option 37, get out of here. Okay, there, I fixed it. I fixed it. And I guess, sure, whatever. I'll redo this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna delete the current results, and I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna beg you, pretty much. I'm gonna be on my hands and knees begging you to answer again with the updated answers. Sorry. There you go. If you could please. I'm sorry to the two persons that already submitted. Now it's clean. Now everything is there. So let's see. Let's start with the least favorites. Oh wait, no. This is not the answerable one. This is the edible one. Editable, not edible. We have. When I was making this, I was like, yeah, I need to add Gap. Now every time I see Gap's name, I think of that. Oh, and when I made this new one, I was thinking, oh well, this one is gonna be quick, right? Because there's like barely any new characters. It's just Gap and Anjay, and that's it. And then I forgot about all the freaking clown car of a cast that they had in this one. They had so many guys in episode 4. It's just that most of them are not in the game, so I forgot. Most of them are existing outside of the game. The only new one in the game is Gap. So I think... I bet somebody here is gonna hate Saktaro. I think I'm gonna go with you, my goat. What else do we have here? Can we get a new link? It's the same one, I think. If you use the same link, it works now. It's updated to have the new answers. Yeah. You can just like refresh the page. If not, I'm just gonna send it again. Hang on. Or does it work? Is it good? Like you can answer again because I deleted the answers. Yeah, that's how it works. Oh man, the least favorite ones is hard. They made it hard this time around. I mean, the favorite ones are also pretty hard. I won't lie. They had a lot of really good characters in this one. I don't know. I legit don't know. I think I'm even gonna have to raise for next time. Next time that we do this, I'm probably gonna have to raise the number to 4 because 3 ain't cutting it anymore. There's too many characters now. Oh yeah, this fucking guy, I forgot. Uh, okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay, I got my least favorite ones. Favorite ones, you. And then you're the easy one, but who else? Who else? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, let's put him here. Let's be a little bit more spicy with our answer. I'm changing this one. Uh, yeah, the favorite ones is really hard for me. But I'm gonna go with these. I'm gonna go with these. In a world where I could choose 5 answers, if I had that power, I know who I would choose extra, but these are my 3. Here we go. There we go. There it is. It's done. I sent it. I said send it. Don't look back. It is finished. Hope you're finished as well. But for now, we're gonna continue. And we're gonna see the answers later. When more people come in. In the meantime, we're gonna continue with the tea parties. We're at episode 4. Are you ready? As a reminder, when we finished episode 4, there were no credits. We haven't gotten to the credits. Yeah, it's true. True. Answers to the answers are. Here we go. Okay, here's where you need to pay attention to the volume, because it might be too high. We skipped to almost midnight of the second day, so almost a full 24 hours passed since the conversation between Battler and Beatrice in the end of episode 4. Because as a reminder, that was the night of day 1, not day 2. This is the night of day 2. Please, someone explain in a way even I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen of the mansion, grabbing some food without permission. If you open that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. You ingredients are out of luck too. If only you'd had Boda-san to cook you, you could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon, it would be midnight. October 5th, the second day, would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that testing. I'm gonna remove this from the table because it's making a lot of sound. Oh yeah, let me see. Is there anything new? No. We still have no confirmed death aside from Georgie. Nothing happens. No phone call came, and no letters came. No person came, and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy that pension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely, nothing's gonna happen now. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There, I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason. Making like a big highlight on the for no reason parts. You heard it here, it was for no reason. There was no reason. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. She would tell the truth. It was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I passed or failed. Are you trying to say, thanks for coming, your result will be mailed to you later, or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their test, both George, Aniki, and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill him. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you get in trouble if you went near the chapel. So I've never been there. I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there. But there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name. There was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black, with just the flashlights. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. It took him a while to go look for Maria, didn't it? I don't know why he waited for so long. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion would still be wrapped up in that smell. Must. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burned some meat. This house is always smelling of burning meat, isn't it? At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. And found those corpses that were so pitiful. Goda-san and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. It was the remains of Von Natsuki and the others who would become the first victims. Half of each head had been completely split open. Oh shit! Finally! Confirmed death. Her corpse was found in the dining hall. About half of her head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume that she was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. However, the witnesses don't believe she was killed with a gun. Yeah, well, you know what? They're full of shit. Don't listen to them. Her corpse was found in the dining hall. About half of her head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume she was murdered with a powerful gun or something. They all seem to have the same description. Yes. Okay, they all have the same description. Half of each head had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining half of their faces were left like normal. So it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses, these were. And in addition to those 6 bodies, was one more. This 7th corpse was Maria. No. She lay next to Aunt Rosa, as though sleeping alongside her. I cried. At the death of an innocent young girl, and at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. Oh, I think he's not. This is not what he's doing right now. I think he's recounting what happened in the previous 24 hours. Her corpse was found in the dining hall. Battler wasn't able to make out any wounds in particular, so he assumed that she was killed by some kind of poison. The most peaceful form of invitation to the Golden Lands. Yeah, she has no blood stains, as you can see. But Battler seems to be pretty confident that she's dead, so I do believe it, considering there's no visible way of telling that she's dead. He must have checked her pulse and see if she was breathing. I raced through the mansion, swinging the half-gun spear, yelling, "Come out there, bastard!" But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious. And sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways. But in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Meow meow. Then, morning came. Yeah, this is a recounting of the previous 24 hours, okay. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I walked around the mansion, yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I got another full day today. Lazing about lost interest. And even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful, like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. but by her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out. And it looked like a typical death by poison that you might see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? Yeah, I was thinking about that. So why was she in the Portsville dining, lying next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. Guys, do you remember the test? We saw Wagner's test, so we can very safely assume that Maria got the exact same tests as the other three people. And considering that there's no signs of struggling, one could very safely assume that Maria chose the first option. And the second option was probably her mom's life. However, her mom was already dead. Yeah, hello, Aki Bread. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, would take a lot more efforts. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you think Maria's death alone was given a special treatment? Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? Because she's nice. She's nice. True. Being killed is always a pitiful thing. But for some reason, Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? As though sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Godason's had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around, feeling the carpets, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, There have to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice. Some kind of contraption like that? That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest heard about this, I wonder if they'd say I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them? Amateur that I am. I can't say for sure. Since they claim that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Aniki. I discovered George Aniki when I'd been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the Rose Gardens and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Jessica had been called to her own room on the 2nd floor of the mansion. Oh my god, I can't get over it. Very recently I saw a little bit of a stream where somebody was playing Umineko, but they were playing a newer version of the game that has different backgrounds. And let me tell you, this background, the doorknob was bigger. They made the doorknob bigger, which is crazy because this background is a literal picture of real life. And somebody saw this and went, no, this doorknob looks too small, we need to make it bigger. Even though it's real, this is a real door, but they still thought the doorknob was too small. But that wasn't a problem at all, since I had a master key. Inside the room, it was horrible. But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Hang on, I missed something here. I need to go back. I need to check something. The door to her room was locked. Okay, I needed to check that part. That part is really important. Remember that. The door to her room was locked. This was a locked room. The parlor was not locked, but this was locked. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. These girls are always on the phone, am I right? Can't even notice if they're about to be killed. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression when listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. Tarzay phony hot chip. Lie? Lie? In big bold letters, lie? I'm pretty sure Jessica said, they got me. It's probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right. And she also said this. When you come, Battler, I'll be a corpse with half of its head split open. Yes, that's what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. That's a big wound. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death? And then halfway through, and then died halfway through the phone? Come on. You didn't see what we saw. You have an advantage that we do not have. You don't have the bias. And this is your answer. But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. Yeah, nobody can do that. So, did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? No. Can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Wait. It doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things? What? What do you mean, Battler? Like maybe her appendix was about to burst? And that both of them were made to the same part of the body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wounds. Oh, okay, I get it. And she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. I mean, it's possible. I'm not gonna say it's not possible. It is a bit convoluted, but it's not impossible. I feel like his main issue is that he just cannot believe that anybody would lie to him. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again. Something like that. After being called to his room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Then, the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. Okay, I can buy this. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. That was her final message in case you forgot. Then the culprit realized that they'd failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seems to add up, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this. George Nissan's done for it too. That was an instant death. She said it almost as though she'd witnessed George Janicki being killed. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, and you could even see the roof of the arbor where George Janicki had been summoned, it was very far away. Okay, Valor, you make. I was having doubt for a second, but then that paragraph dispelled all doubt in my mind. My theory continues to be solid because of what you just said. Add on the fact that it was the night of a typhoon. And it's very hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. Okay, Valor, but consider. What if she only witnessed it? Because she did it. What if that's why she's so certain that George is dead? And more than anything else, Jessica left before George Aniki. So she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kiria-san's corpse as well. Okay, hang on. We didn't even check Jessica's. Oh, thank you, Marcus. Thank you. We are doing our best. We are putting on our detective hats and trying to solve this. Her corpse was found in her room on the second floor of the mansion. About half of her head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume that she was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. She was smashed by her own attack due to George's counter-offensive specialized barrier. That's a really funny thing to put in the bio. I wonder if this should be interpreted in some other way, or if it's just flavor text. Oh, man, I'm gonna be thinking about this one a lot. Why did they add this to the bio? She was smashed by her own attack due to George's counter-offensive specialized barrier. This one does not mention anything of the sort. No mention of him being defeated by Jessica. Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kiria-san's corpse as well. It was in one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. Oh yeah, we didn't check that one, I forgot. Ushiramiya Kirie. Her corpse was found in a guest room, deep within the mansion. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's what I gathered, but usually it means something, you know? Even if it's not like literal, there's some hidden meaning in the message. And this one is really confounding me. Episode 3 especially had a lot of last paragraphs that were like very like interesting, how they pointed out several clues. You got it. Let us know. Now is the time, because I mean this is the end of episode 4. There's gonna be a time for theories. It's now. No. Okay. Her corpse was found in a guest room deep within the mansion. There was a single hole right in the center of her forehead. It was probably reasonable to assume she was. Yes. A demon stake was buried in the hole in her forehead. But it's hard to imagine that this was the cause of death. I didn't miss. I missed on purpose to tease her. Nyeh. That's Cheester. Which one is it? I always forget these ones. I only remember 556s. These ones. This one is 3 digits and starts with a 4, but I don't remember if it's 443, 406. Let me see. 410. Right. And this one is 00. Yes. Oh right, 556 is the one that they mentioned, but it's not in the story. Yeah, okay, I forgot. And this one's 45, yes. I still haven't fully internalized their numbers. Gotta work on that one. Okay. So that, yeah, 410 definitely wrote that last paragraph. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kiria-san's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. Hang on. In one of the old guest rooms in the back of the first floor, no mention of any locked rooms, okay. No mention of locks. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging tightly, and Kiria-san lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she'd been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later. So, a little too late, I set it down by Kiria-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. I think this is the first time ever they mentioned that the stakes are made of metal. Not that it matters, but it's interesting to know. I always imagine them being made of wood. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what this stake meant. It's one of those... the style of killing from the fourth Twilight onwards in the Witch's Epitaph. It's probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength. Could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, this stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. She was probably killed with a gun or something, like George Aniki, and the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kiria-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kiria-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Oh, there you go. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kiria-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of an attack. But a golden thread attacked her through the keyhole. I don't think he's gonna tell us if there was an exit wound. So we have no choice but to assume the answer is no. I looked at the door from Kiria-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes that you see in old mystery movies, where you can peek through to the other side, that would have clearly been possible to stick something through it. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. So, no matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through from outside and attacked. A cylinder lock and a keyhole? But despite that, Hideya-san definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole, spun around while aiming for her, and attacked her. A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Hideya-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Hideya-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, and got the phone call from Uncle Krause's group. Everyone has said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons, and is killing people with magic. They'd been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that some things so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger? And mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony. And on top of that, none of their opinions conflict with each other. It's almost like they planned this out. If it had just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Then, right next to the back door, I found Uncle Krause with his head half smashed. Oh yeah, I was wondering about these. They all died outside in the story. In that one theme, but we never saw him. Since Badr was roaming around outside, I just assumed that he didn't find them there. So surely they were inside the house. His corpse was found in a guest room, deep within the mansion. About half of his head was destroyed. It's probably reasonable to assume that he was murdered with a powerful gun or something similar. A demon's stake was buried into the damaged area. No one can escape from the Chaster's golden arrow. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kubadoya, and somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried into a gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult sign, like the one that had been buried into Hideya-san's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was the weapon used. Yeah, we're only missing the other 3 people in that group. It's 3, right? It's Nanjo, Shannon, and Kanna. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall. And after death, had been jabbed with a stake like Hideya-san. I wonder if the golden threads that Hideya-san spoke of had attacked Uncle Krause too. Does there exist some kind of tool? Like an endoscope? That's very thin. Can be moved about at will? That's a cool concept. I think they do something like that in Trigun towards the end, but only in the manga, not in the anime. And that can also attack people? No way. I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say, I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Yeah, I was also thinking of the Guardians of the Galaxy Spike. Since I can't deny the existence of the golden... What's that guy's name? I forget. The blue guy. Can be moved at will and attack people. Yondu, right. I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. But it couldn't be that, right? Rattler didn't hear any whistling. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside of it. He's outside. Behind the mansion. In the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest. There was something like an old well. Hang on, let me do something real quick. Not that. As soon as I find the freaking key to do it. Because I always forget what key it is. And this... Not this, not this. This? No. No. No, I can't find it. I don't remember which key it is. There's one key that removes the UI, but I don't remember which key it is. Because it's not H, and it's not Tab, and it's not Shift. So which is it? Behind the mansion, the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest. There was something like an old well, and right next to it were Dr. Nanyu and Shannon-chan's corpses. Both corpses had their heads smashed. And though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes lying right next to each damaged head. No, I mean because I pressed the button. You're right. Sorry. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon-chan's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I'd heard that inside there was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion, Huadonian. By this time, I began to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage. And left for Huadonian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. There's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. They go the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Huadonian. Through the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion. What the hell? Damn it! The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could capture. If I hadn't known better, I wouldn't have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what PDFN had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage instead. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. Hang on, I want to check something. We didn't check non-gun channel's descriptions. His corpse was found behind a mansion. About half of its head was destroyed. Probably reasonable. Yes, a demon snake had fallen near the body. And Shannon. Her corpse was found behind the mansion. About half of her head was destroyed. Yes, a demon snake. The witnesses at least realized that the stake wasn't what killed her. Interesting. Okay. But no matter how much I investigated, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information PDFN had tried to give me, gambling for final moments, was the underground passage in this well. I think I'll be stopped by something like this cover. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen the various tools in the garden and shed when we blocked Wilson and Kumasawa-san in there. Yeah, but you couldn't go in. But the shutter to the garden shed was locked, yes. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san was dead on the inside. He's been pretty down lately. In other words, this garden shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, not to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. And it feels like I'm going in circles here. Then, while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. Oh gee. I wonder what's in there. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of all that, was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there. He loves that fucking boiler. And I managed to find a fire axe and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. He loves to jump in that boiler. His body was found as a burned corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No evidence of a struggle was found inside the incinerator, so it's probably reasonable to assume that he was burned after his murder. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, the dead to the dead. Rip Bozo. No. Strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found the burned corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's right. I think I heard from that sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to the oldest Yamiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as a good omen. And because of that, grandfather was elected to be the successor or something. If only one of Kinso's children had been born with 6 fingers, toes, he wouldn't have had to do all this testing. He would know for sure who's the successor, and nobody would complain about it. Like, no, it's not because he's a man and you're a woman. It's not because somebody is younger or the other one's older. It's not because of the level of success or intelligence or luck or what have you. It's just because that person has 6 toes and you do not. Simple as that. But I wonder if I can be certain that this is grandfather's body just by the number of toes. I mean, anybody could have 6 toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse, burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. If it really was grandfather, would that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather? Would that be Atoriche, after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient and was then thrown away. Fortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I have obtained the tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well. But I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyway, but there was nobody to kill. Everybody was dead already. I figured I should check on the condition of Goda-san's and Kumasawa-san's corpses. I hit the shutter with the axe, breaking into it. Stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then, I faced Goda-san's and Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor. And on both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than normal news. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the length had been adjusted so that both Koda was tall and Kumasawa-san was short, with their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads lolled, both of them had come slack below their knees. This meant that if they stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, turning their faces a deep red. Let me see. Show me. Sharon Koda. His corpse was found in the rose garden storehouse. It's assumed that he was hung by the neck after being shot in the forehead. They put ropes around their own necks. That can be a pretty interesting experience now and then. As long as I could construct a close room murder, nothing else mattered. Hmm. Much to think about with these final paragraphs here. It's probably best to assume that they were hung. Hello, Ruby.
Who's there?
Hi, Raiders. How's it going, guys?
What the?
We had a lovely stream. And had good and fun times. What were you up to? We are currently doing the tea party of episode 4 of Umineko. So big spoilers. Big spoilers. For anybody who's not familiar. Oh, art's nice. Let's go. Uh, so far, this episode has just been a recount, just confirming several things that we didn't get a confirmation for in the actual episode. Oh, is it one of those like big canvases where everybody gets to draw? Those are nice. A little bit resource intensive, but they're pretty fun. Oh, happy anniversary! Oh, so it is one of those shared canvases. Okay, yeah, those are fun. I would do more of those, but since I can't get them to work on my tablets, if I do any of those, I have to draw with a mouse, and it is actually painful. But for those who are familiar with Umineko and have read the story up until episode 4 at least, uh, I have a poll going on that you can see in the pinned message, where you can vote for your favorite and least favorite characters up until episode 4. We're still not using anything from later on. So you can also participate, you can also vote, and we will see the results later. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I really like this. I love Mineko. I liked it a lot the first time I read it, and I liked it more the second time through. This is a really good one to go over a second time. Perhaps even a third time. Okay, let's keep going. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they would probably have been lying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead even if you peeked through the window. Thank you. Enjoy the wind down. The mountain up top would have gotten in the way. So if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. What does this tell us? The person responsible for their deaths wanted to make sure that Battler could see that they were dead from outside the shed. To make the death of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hand them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would surely be safe if we left the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. Oh, they don't have it? That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The garden and shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. Okay, I'm constructing a theory in my head right now. Oh, so it was there. So he does have the key. In other words, the garden and shed had been a closed room after all. But yeah, my theory still stands because you can lock this door from outside without the key because we saw Battler and the other cousins do it. You just cannot open the door without the key. But you can definitely close it. Yeah, the gears are turning in my head right now. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by hanging. If they didn't commit suicide, then those nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window. But it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied 2 loops to the beam from the outside. And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. Let me give you a clue to what my current line of thinking is. Do you remember whose idea it was to lock Goda and Kumasawa in the shed? It wasn't their idea. And it was not the cousin's idea. Ginso specifically asked for them to be locked in the shed. The only part that was their idea was to give them the key. Furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all of this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the garden shed had been a closed room. My only question is, when did they kill them? That's the part that I'm still not sure about. Goda-san had said that there was only one key to this shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy? And that the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the garden storehouse key. Hello, Camilla! There's a new poll, Camilla! Well, you already know, right? There's a new poll. You can now vote for the Witch Hunter guy as your favorite character, if you want to. We're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the Garden Storehouse key. Yeah, the best character. Goda-san just didn't know about it. Then, this isn't even a closed room. But why is that, despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone? Just these 2 corpses were intentionally hoisted up. I think I know why. I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. Just look. Why didn't they just shoot these guys to death and leave the corpses there instead of hoisting them up? We already discussed that. Yeah, part of it is because then if they were in the floor, he would not be able to see them. And so he would miss the shock of seeing them dead back then. But even then, the fact that they were hung eliminates the possibility that they were shot from the outside. Because somebody would have to then later pick up their corpses and put them in the ropes. And why go through all that trouble? As long as I could construct a closed room murder, nothing else mattered. You might remember in one of the descriptions of the murders, no, in one of the character bios in episode 3, I think it's Batorice's bio, it mentions that at one point her means become her goals. And I feel like this is a continuation of that. So what was the purpose? The purpose is to make a closed room. That's it. There's no other reason for this. It is only to confound you. That's it. By the way, this is all theorizing. I don't know if there's a clear answer. I don't know it. I'm not giving you spoilers because I don't know the actual answer. So don't worry. After this, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's, the deaths of 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Canon Spoon's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. Does that mean? Could it be? According to Kiria-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. So, with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars, down into the darkness in the depths of the well. But it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depth, with a light of that level. It looked like I had to break the bars after all. Using the axes and things I dragged from the boiler room and garden shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. The metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the axe over and over, until my hands started feeling weird, and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them. This metal. There's no wood, this metal. That's right. There's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Kanonpon cut through the metal bars. He used his energy sword. I heard that a line like a red laser beam grew out of his arm. And that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And used that to burn through the bars? It's possible. Still, what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? Well, I mean, they were exaggerating. It took him a while to cut them. It almost sounds like the kind of laser beam you'd find in those robot anime I'd loved as a kid, doesn't it? In those robot anime, as a kid, Battler would have been a kid in the late 70s. Which robot animes were around in the late 70s? I mean, it has to be fucking Gundam, I guess. Because 0079 was a 79 anime. But maybe there's something else that I'm not thinking about. Astro Boy is from like the fucking 40s. It's old as shit. So he would be able to see it, but it would already be like a vintage kind of thing. Maybe from the 60s, but yeah, Astro Boy is black and white. It's super old. And they didn't make a remake until like the late 90s. Does something like that actually exist? And how did Kanam-kun get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well, beyond this cover. If Kanam-kun could slice through metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single flick. It just feels like the closed room Godo-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door. They're locked inside. If only I had that power of Kanam-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this power myself. You'll never have the energy, Sword Battler. You have too much anti-magic talk. Just who is Kanam-kun? He couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? EDS-han told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Kanam-kun possibly be human on the witch's side? Or else... culprits? He does, right? Interesting. What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprits? Just because I can't find his corpse? Oh, treating him like the culprit because there's no corpse. And who was the one battling the suspicious being an innocent? Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Canon, and building a human culprit theory that way. I will guarantee it with the red. Canon is dead. Among the 5 people in Kiria's group, he was the first to die. In short, he was the 9th victim. Yep, he's dead now. I feel like this is the first time ever since... yeah, I feel like this is the first time ever in an episode where we see a full bio with all the people dead except for the one survivor. The only no, yeah, because when Emma survives in episode 3, we don't actually see it in episode 3. We only get to see it until episode 4. Or at least until the second tea party, which is already super late, and the game is already over by that point. Battler was not able to find his corpse. No matter how he's skilled with magic. Without a corpse, He's a definite suspect. Now that's definitely anti-fantasy. Therefore, his death was with the red shirts. Now that's definitely anti-mystery. Since there's no corpse, can't say for sure. Anupon is dead. So, my whispering red does not reach the PSU. But it did reach you, right? At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attack through keyholes. No, we even have testimony of something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The jewel might have been the same weapon. Then there was a closer murder of the garden shed, and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. No! Fire Mountain, no! And that wasn't all. There was much, much more. Like the group of goat monsters. The story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers. The rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more. But each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or a mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? Oh yay, it works, let's go! Now you can answer the poll and tell me you love Witch Hunter guy or Kumasawa's son in the poll. I don't know. The computer is strange. It's not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn geezer. And more. And more. I still really like this one. Why did Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed? How did she know that when she called me on the phone? Valor looks out the window. I mean, yes, there is a perfect vantage point from here to the arbor. But I mean, it's really hard to see, and it's raining. But yeah, there is a perfect vantage point to the arbor from here, from Jessica's room. Just saying, perhaps if somebody had some sort of weapon that could attack from a long distance, you could theoretically actually hit George from here. But how would she know? Yeah, but that's when my theory counts. Maybe it makes more sense if she shot. Maybe she just pulled out her sniper rifle and killed George in cold blood. She could do it from her room, apparently. She has no reason to do it, but I'm just saying she could have done it. And that would explain how she knew. Yeah, it's a really good moment. Man, fuck George. I fucking hate that guy. She was like, I'm gonna sacrifice myself to save everybody. Well, guess what, Jessica? George chose to kill everybody else. So your choice actually doesn't matter. Oh, you know what? Fuck George. And she just shoots the guy. I don't agree with that answer. All stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. Oh, and Maya died. That's the other thing. All of the corpses are, all of the deaths confirmed are very, very like surgical and very like, uh, they just describe it in a very cold-hearted manner. But Maria's death is a little bit sad, as always, as you would expect. That is the only one that's like narrated in a sad way. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Idiot-san and the rest were dropped to pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George Aniki were called out to take a test, or whatever. Still. Even though Idiot-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a drunk. You plan on leaving only me alive? Throw yourself right away and come to kill me already. Too much of a pain, so I won't search for you. You show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You want to kill me? Go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in a bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly midnight. Then the sound of a bell rang out, proclaiming that midnight had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portraits. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. And it was love at first sight. No. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch, Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself. and fight me. Then the witch showed herself, like a guest of honor finally appearing. She showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. So, you finally show yourself. I've been kept bored for a whole day. Correct? I gave you a whole day. Was that enough for you to fully exercise the rise of the human side? Yeah. I was bored after all. I did a heck of a lot of it. Anjay was a good piece. Don't you speak Anjay's name. She appeared through a miracle, sacrificed herself, and gave you the tenacity required for certain victory. Don't you speak Anjay's name. That brutal death was something you needed. If you hadn't seen that death, you wouldn't have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Anjay's ill-fated future, your tenacity for victory would not have been born. I told you not to speak Anjay's name. In short, she was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born in you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Damn you, Lady Burngisel. It's more fitting to call that a trump card than a piece. No matter how much a piece acts, it does not stray from the board. But no matter how much power a trump card wields, it is always thrown away after it is used. Anjay was a truly good trump card for you. Don't you speak Anjay's name! At Battler's hungry roar, Gap finally stopped talking. You know, I don't have time to play around in a place like this anymore. Even a tie will keep Anjay waiting. So, I'll break through you, take my family, and go back home. I won't waste a second playing witch games with you. In that case, what should you do? You know, don't you? Yeah, I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches, magic, illusions, and delusions. Come on, let's get started. I won't let you trick me again. Resume the game, okay? I'll tear apart the witch's veil concealing the outright lie you are. You talk too much. All you have to do is honestly say, I'll kill you. Yeah. If those were the words you want, I'll say them. This is the first and last wish of yours that I'll lend an ear to. I thank you. I'll kill you. Very well. Let us begin, battler. Yes, the time for the witch hunt has come. Try and chase me, try and corner me, try and kill me. I expect a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments. Bring it on! Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And if you opened your eyes amidst darkness, the two of them could be seen in a rose garden. Oh shit, it's time. There we go. Business dreams and discharger. Who shall make the first move? Me. How bold. In the rose garden, beautiful rose petal stands. The color of those rose petals was red. Did the fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a red single truth? That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me. And that flower, blue. I'll work for everything with my blue truth. From the very beginning of everything. I'll start from the very first game. Very well. Let's see what you got. Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game. This will tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Ushiomiya Kinso is already dead. The true number of people on the island is 17. Adding in an unknown person X, that makes 18 people. By supposing the existence of this person X, the crime is possible, even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, yeah, it's really good. This is like the best song to put at the end of episode 4. There it is, there's Golden Slaughter. Even though the number of people reaches 18, it's still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out crimes, even if all 18 people seem to have alibis. You can break through all the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Ginza's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipts by making the bold assumption that Ginza wasn't there in the first place. Yeah. Unless that counters this with direct truth. The illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. This blue truth is down. The wedge of blue truth that Valor had thrown staff right through the top of Val's left foot. Was the red blood pouring out from there a protest being made by her red truth? Gato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her. Not bad. But I mustn't be denied it. I mustn't be killed it. This is not yet enough. In the subsequent games, there were mysteries that couldn't be explained with that alone, right? Which mysteries? In the final stages of the second game, George took Goda and Shannon with him, barricaded them in Natsu's room, and was killed. The key that unlocked Natsu's room was locked up inside the room. And all of the remaining keys that could unlock that door were in Rose's hands. Even if a culprit X existed, it should have been impossible to construct that closed room. Yeah, episode 2 basically did not allow for any extra culprits because of the key situation. Even if there were more people, they would not be able to open the doors. The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out. No, That doesn't shake my future. If Culprit X were to obtain a master key, it's not even close to a closed room. No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain them. All of the master keys were under Rosa's control. But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was the culprit. Are you saying Aunt Rosa would do that? How dare you? Aunt Rosa handed a key over to the culprit X by some method, assisted in the closed room murder. And after that, she retrieved the key by a similar method. Too naive, Beato. I already guessed that much at the time. Yes, you did, didn't you? The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle and had seen the stood was about to be pulled out, regained its strong glue again thanks to Batman's additionally glued true, and dug into battle again, eating into her foot. Battle let out a cry of anguish at that pain. Yet, this is still nothing. Yet. Not yet! On to the 13th. The 6 linked close rooms. The murders upon Rosa and Maria. That and the rest, deaths in the hall. The murders upon Kraus and Anatoli. All of that can be explained if we assume that Anteva was the culprit. This argument was already won back. And even that final riddle you proposed to Eva, the murder of Dr. Nancho, can be explained with an 18 unknown person X. That breaks through the whole third game. Can you counter that? Of course. This much is nothing to worry about. In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? I shall add to the red room. George did not go down the stairs of the guest house. He flew out through the window. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Eva, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. Oh, so she wasn't lying. He really did not see George coming down. But because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down to the first floor and escaped while Eva was busy carrying Kraus and Natalie's corpse outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beato had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all of the windows had been locked from the inside. So what? It's just like you said. He flew out with the window, right? There was a line, so we couldn't tell if he jumped down, and it was raining so hard. Any light traces would have disappeared. I'll use the red truth again. All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it is possible to lock any of those from the outside. Impossible. George had no technique by which to lock them. I'll use more of the blue. I said it myself at the time. In that case, everything worked out as long as someone locked the window after George Aniki escaped through this. Yeah, you did explain the fact then. Nothing difficult about that. Can I not escape after something like this? Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful brew. There's still nothing that shaped my blue truth in any of the first 3 games. In that case, the only game that can prove you're a witch is this game, the 4th game. Since I have encountered you with the red. That is so. I shall have to prove witches using only this. Very well. Give me everything you've got. There's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 people in the dining hall. The 18-person act went wild with a gun and killed everyone. As for the pitfalls, there's a chance that pitfalls truly lurk in there. And it's possible to explain it using Gideon's theory, supposing that poison dart shooting device X, which can knock a person down instantly. The murders of Georgiana and Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. And there's nothing strange about it. But I'm sure you've got a counterattack, right? Bring it on. Your greatest door. This 18th person X is based on the theory that Ginso was already dead. I knew you would make that claim. That's why I took Ginso out of his study. All members in the family conference welcomed that Ginso, right? All of those present at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Ginso. Oh. She got her asses. That's right. But grandfather was seriously ill. Bedridden on the verge of life and death, right? He was so worn out that he looked like a different person. Maybe no one would have cared, right? I'll counter with this. That grandfather was a different person. A body double. A different person that relative mistook for grandfather. Then, I'll counter with this. No person would mistake Fushiomi Ginso by sight. No matter what disguise might be used. They would not mistake Fushiomi Ginso by sight. Then, I'll use this. In the second game, when you announced with the red truth that there were 5 master keys, even though there could have been more than 5 in the first game, you changed the premises of the later games. So, it's possible that Ginso's life or death status was changed for the 4th game alone. To acknowledge is not to know. True. Therefore, Ginso's presence in the 4th game doesn't serve as proof that he was present in previous games. Therefore, even if we suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by grandfather, it contradicts nothing. Then, let me counter this way. Ginso's life or death status is the same at the start of all 4 games. The setup was not different for the 4th game alone. Repeat it. Ginso was alive at the start time of every game. I refuse to repeat it. I won't answer that. I won't give you the red truth you so desire. You're standing in my way, teaser. Are you putting yourself on the line to protect that Torichen? Most beloved witch of yours? I'm gonna put you in the fucking furnace again, old man. Dare you, get out of here. Swaying, that damn geezer came into view. I really like that he's like not respecting his grandfather anymore. Like, this piece of shit old man is in my way again. Get him out of here. I don't want to see him. Is he trying to be some kind of knight? Blocking the path between me and Beato? That. Are you capable of surpassing me? I won't let you reach. I will not let you reach. Not to the Golden Witch's heights, you see. He really is. He really deserves to go back in the incinerator. You thoughtless reasoning cannot surpass even me alone. Die. Kinso's jet black robe breath stowed would swallow the world. Becoming the snout of that black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Bathed with that black dragon's roar, I calm my breathing and close my eyes slightly. I'll swallow you up in a single gulp. Not for all the other stuff, yeah. Disappear, inexperienced fool. Quiet, you damn undying ghost. Oh, so you call me a ghost? So, you intend to see it through to the end, this theory that I am already dead. That will prove fatal to you. Be swallowed up by the first twilight of the fourth game, and disappear. The black dragon's fast mouth, its mouth, its fangs, swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks, Stapleton. The third game became a foothold for my counterattack. What? See ya, damn geezer. This is goodbye. As the base is proclaiming that Kinso was dead, even in the fourth game, I propose the following theory. Remember back in episode 3, when they were doing the whole red troop thing, Eva's extremely awesome web of red troops, and I think I mentioned, I don't remember if I mentioned it in that very same stream, but at some point I mentioned, this is a really good strat that she's doing, but if it backfires, it's fatal for pretty much everything. It is an extremely risky move, and here you're seeing why. Because if you solve that one mystery, basically the whole thing falls apart. Not everything, but a lot of it. It reveals way too much. Very well. Come with all you have, my descendants. Here I go, you damn geezer. My theory is that the name of Kinso gets passed on as the title of the Yoshinomiya family head. Whoa! Yoshinomiya Kinso was already dead. And he passed that name on to someone else. Everyone acknowledged that. That way, all of those present at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinso. There wasn't even any need for someone to disguise himself as grandfather, because everyone acknowledged the new Kinso. So, they didn't actually mistake Kinso by sight. As long as this theory is not denied, nothing can change the fact that you're dead. This is the final blow. Damn Geezer, I demand that you repeat it. Among all the people there, not one had multiple, different names. I need to screenshot this one, I'm sorry. You are not gonna... This one is really important. I need to screenshot this one really bad, okay. I can not. Oh! Rest in peace, damn geezer. Thank me. You are finally able to die. This your reckon. Take it and drop dead. It kinda does, doesn't it? Shiramiya Kinso was already dead. That's right. You definitely deserve to be pitied, since whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely burned. Also devised to hide the fact that time has passed since you're dead. Hello, Sheriff. Thank you for the 10 months. Enjoy Dreams of Dream and Discharger. The awesome song. Then, you pass that name on to someone else. This theory, even though you were dead, Kinso was able to appear at the family conference. How's that? This is checkmate! Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinso's ghost. He probably doesn't cast like B-Dragon like in Dragonflies, that's what I'm imagining. He asks Battler to join him. Battler says no, and he goes, "Thou art the fool," and turns into a dragon. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Yes, you did it! Let's go, Battler! Thank you forever. Rest in peace. I will not forget my time spent with you. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as gold and flower petals scattered, Ushiomi Yakinso became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he loved. There's no doubt in that your love and madness were the real thing. Especially the second thing. Battler. Don't hate me. Let the dead sleep. Don't wait. You're up next. This is the end for you too. Data still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death. I've gone along with you a whole bunch. I think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility I've had to play with you. But it's about time to finish things up. I got a lonely little sister waiting at home. Let me take my leave with my whole family. Then kill me. In that case, try and kill me. It won't run or hide, and by now I won't even be able to avoid it. Come on, Bushiromiya Battler. You got it. If the 18-person X from Ginso was dead theory, everything that remained has been pierced through. George, Aniki, and Jessica's death in the fourth game can also be explained by Culprit X. And the 5 who escaped from the dungeon and were killed. And the 2 in the garden and shed. And Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with 18-person X. There's nothing strange there at all. But this, I fully explained the culprit using humans for all games. Yatoriche. This is checkmate. Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue sticks driven into her and was skewered. Beato grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow. That got me. It hurts. This'll kill me, won't it? If I don't pull this out, I'll die. I've had enough of the pain. I've had enough of the anguish. With both hands, Beata firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, The power of the witch's denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Ethel howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might. If I can't pull this out, die. This is my final counterattack. Then, Battler, how do you explain my several acts of magic? The very first time those appeared was in the second game, when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow. At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic. Certainly, at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and fixing off a marshmallow by the miracle of magic. Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, right? That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit later on. Which is what happens in this last game. The summoning of my minions and brutal murders due to magic. All of those were witnessed by a great many people. That is itself proof that my magic exists. How do you explain that, Ushio-miya, Battler? Stalemate. What? Magic exists because magic exists. Didn't the rules of our Brown Tooth trial say that you couldn't use that kind of argument? Yes, you're right. No matter who or how many people witness magic, that cannot become proof of magic's existence. Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I can ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my undeniable right. Am I wrong? At those words, the loose face lit out an even brighter light, knocking my hands away. Seems I can't pull them out after all. As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So, he can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something, like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities. Maybe impossible for me. You know that this was to be a game without victory from the very beginning. So, it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. Have I fought up until today just to lose to Battler? I began the game thinking I might be able to win, even if I wouldn't be able to win easily. I believed that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had certain willpower on my side, an unwavering desire to win with certainty. However, I've now lost that miracle completely, and that certain willpower resides in Battler, leaving me certainly without even a 1 in a million chance at a miracle. Or perhaps I should say I've been left without a miracle, or certainty. I will have no victory and no end through a tie. The only resolution allowed me is to continue on resisting until defeat is given to me in this game. That's right. I am fighting only to be killed by Battler. I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return, and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual. Obviously. From the very beginning, he has been trying to deny the individual that I am. Yes, that last game sure was fun. I was only tricking him a bit. But for just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other. And that was fun. That's right. I should have made my move then. I should have continued for eternity with Battlers still totally fools. But just no good, right? That just wouldn't be true victory. Is this checkmate? Beatrice? Beato had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over. And still looking up into the sky was soon in place. That tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and who had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beata was soaked and crucified. Is it over, Beata? Can't even let out a squeak. Not yet. You aren't the one who let things end just with this. Don't be ridiculous. How can you look at this and think that it isn't over? Quickly, deliver the final blow. Just say it. With your blue truth. According to this, witches do not exist. Say it. Just say it. With that single blow, just put a stop to my breathing. It's useless. Oh, so you would expose me to even further shame? Isn't it settled already? Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over. Not over, you say? That just now wasn't you losing. You just stopped and gave up. Isn't that enough? Wouldn't giving up mean your victory? You should return to your little sister right away. Just throw me away, right here. Didn't I tell you? I won't run away. And I won't let you run away. Just who are you? And what in the world is it that you want? If you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite meal? Isn't it better this way? With me as a mere delusion, an illusion. Isn't that enough? It's all useless. I won't let you run away. I'll break through you. How could I let you run away like this? I won't let you run away back to the darkness of illusions while you're still all hazy like this. I'll break through you completely. So stand up. Don't act all frail like that. You're still hiding several moves. I can tell. Won't you just let me escape? Dad, Mom, and Anjay. All the cousins and all the relatives. And all the servants. You toyed with them so much and killed them. Definitely won't forget. Won't forgive that inhumanity. I can still feel Anjay's arms on my shoulders. I won't forgive your inhumanity. But I won't let you get away like this. Madeleine's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. A serene tricked one, Bachelor will never sympathize with me again. Instead of the wolves in sheep puzzle, this is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? Is fighting endlessly only to avoid as many defeats? Fitting endless torture for the endless witch? Is endlessly harassing Madler to avoid giving him victory also part of being the endless witch? It's so sad. Is this what the endless magic is? I've had enough. I've had enough. Endlessly being toyed with by witches. I will have no victory and no tie. In that case, there's only one result that can release me. Since the time I succumbed to the path of witches, since the day I made that contract with demons, it was promised that I would meet my end through tragedy, was it not? What's wrong? Fallen witch, Peatorice. If you're the ruler of Rokenjima, show me a majesty fitting for that, even at the very end. Lightning. The roll was smashed with lights. Fading last moments for the ruler of Rokenjima. Still pierced by the blue stakes, they had to face the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then, she slowly raised her face and stared at Batman. Fool! Just when was I about to praise your good fight and hand over victory? You shall regret that trust. This isn't something for you to hand over. I'm gonna take it from you. The same goes for you, right? You could never accept an easygoing victory where I just say, maybe witches exist so bad. Isn't that the very reason you intentionally fell apart like that at the end last time? That's right. Last game, you took pity on me just once, didn't you? No, I'll pay that big. Thanks. My enemy, my golden witch, Beatrice. Fool. You fool! You simpleton! You think you'll get another chance? Ah! And Beato yells. The loose sage that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish. You can't pull it out yet. You can't pull out that blue truth of the 18-person X. I will respond to one thing you told me to repeat. As a reason, Ginso is already dead at the starting time for all games. However, this means that you can take one person out. Before now, I have proclaimed that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that one for Ginso. No more than 17 humans exist on this island. That excludes any 18th person. In short, this 18th person X does not exist. This applies to all games. What do you know? Looks like you're still hiding some pretty crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. The islands, which had no more than 17 humans on it, had been set up to appear as though they were 18. Taking one off makes 17, so we finally reached that correct number. This way, the wedge I knocked into you has been removed. We'll have to start the fight over, back from square one. The blue wedge that had soon been in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Valor had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rokkenjima. Then come, battler. Once more from the beginning. Try and break through everything with the blue truth. I too will no longer play, run, or hide. If you're worthless, then I shall end this match right here, right now. With my grand victory, I'll make you regret your refusal to compromise for all eternity. Starting from the first game. Right. From the first twilight of the first game, there's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the garden yet. Sorry. The crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi. Valid. Continue. What about the next close room murder? With Eva and Hideyoshi. Even the chain was set for that close room. I shall add to the right truth. Both deaths were homicide. It is not the case that, after the construction of the close room, one of them committed suicide after committing murder. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside the room. Suppose that the culprit was a human without an alibi. In other words, the death We weren't able to identify some of the first 6 corpses because of their smashed faces. Maybe one was actually a disguised corpse, and Culprit X killed those 2 after making them think they were a victim and hiding away. Then, after the closed room murder was constructed, Culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to come and leave. Very well. Next, Cannon was killed in the boiler room, correct? I shall add to the red truth. All of the survivors have alibis. Let us include the dead as well. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Cannon. No one could kill him. Then he might have been the one to kill. Cannon-kun might have killed himself. Repeat it. Cannon-kun did not commit suicide. Cannon did not commit suicide. One more. Repeat it. Cannon-kun's death was a homicide. I refuse to repeat it. By that refusal, it may be possible to view it as a homicide, but you've already proclaimed in red that no one could have killed him. In other words, it wasn't a homicide. This is the same as the enclosed rooms from the 3rd game. Cannon-kun died for a reason that was neither suicide nor homicide. The details are unknown, but he died due to an accident. Because of the Devil's Proof, I refuse to explain to what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest. Now that you have borrowed the power of demons, you are without fear. It is valid. In that case, what about the murders after that in the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them. And of course, their 3 deaths were homicides. We can explain those murders with Culprit X, who hid away using an unidentified corpse. After all, those 3 had their faces smashed. It's completely possible that one of them was a body double corpse. I guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses. Therefore, there were no body double tricks. And you can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of them had a gun, pointed it clockwise, and blew each other's faces all at the same time. Cannon was holding scissors and tripped down the stairs. Guys, I found the murder weapon. It was the stake. Oh no! After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that? What? What a ridiculous argument. How amusing. And what about Natsuki in the end? I really like that expression. They're like, are you out of your fucking mind? You know, it's so insane that I can't even deny it with red. I shall add to the red truth. Natsuki's death was a homicide. There were no unidentified corpses, and all of the survivors had alibis. You can explain it with an indirect murder. You would trap it. Yeah. Something was done to one Natsuki's gun. I was actually really frustrated with that final one, not knowing if Natsuki committed suicide or not. Thank you for confirming that she did not. Somebody killed Natsuki. Okay. Something was done to one Natsuki's gun. It could have been a trap gun. Built to send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it. The bullet sprayed into Natsuki's forehead was not fired from her. It's possible that Natsuki was lured out by that letter, whose contents were known. She was called out into the hall. Then, she was forced to stand at a specified location at a specified time and murdered by Trap X. But she used the guns that had been installed there beforehand. Wonderful. These reckless arguments of yours are even starting to feel pressurable now. Out of respect, I shall hand the first game over to you. Well done. The instant Bato acknowledged her defeats in the first game. The stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound. This is still hardly painful. It's still not over yet. Now, for the second game. Bato just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest. But even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood. And she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. Bato grinned, priming her teeth, and poised for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there. We've been killed and harassed over and over. Nanjay's been burdened with a future of isolation. Correct. Just by me being here and laughing, this eternal hell will continue. I won't give you little sister back. Let her cry over the family that shall not return for the next 1,000 years. Damn it! No compassion. No mercy! On to the second game. I'll start with the first crime. After it happened, I penetrated to the truth of the closed room murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key and secretly returned it to Maria's bag after the crime was over. From the time Maria received her key, the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day. The key passed through no one's hand. That door might have had an auto-lock, just like Graham's study. In other words, it was unlocked before the crime, with a rock or something wedged so that it couldn't close completely. Then someone gave the key to Maria. The lock was automatic, so it's possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed. There were no doors without a lock other than the keys to study. The victims locked the room from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5 and pretended to be dead. The 6 were already dead by the time they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All 6 were genuinely victims and did not take part in the mutual murder. There was no simultaneous murder. There were people, Kumasawa-san in particular, who had no alibi at the time. If we assume that someone was hiding on the inside, we got no problems. There was no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, the shut-in murder you suggest does not work. What's wrong? Is that all, Ushinomiya Battler? It's not so easy once you get to the second game, right? It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. The stakes and wedges of the blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other. And Beato cut them down one after another with her red truth. a red treasure sword, knocking them down. But the blood she'd lost from the first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her. Yet. It's useless. It's all useless. My twisted logic isn't finished yet. And what about this? The food they were given had small bombs in it, which exploded from inside their stomachs. I need like an applause. An applause sound right here. This is like a big say the line battler. This is the fucking line right here. He said the fucking thing. What's this? Let me see this. Honey-chan, come back. I'm so depressed and there is jazz music. And it sucks and no one likes me and I got a harem of imaginary stripper demon GFs and... Bomb salad. It's pretty good. It's really good. In other words, the crime was possible through Trap X. The exact nature of bombs they could swallow without noticing, which could also blow open their stomachs, is a devil's proof. I refuse to explain. Thank you. What the hell is that? Small bombs? A battle failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. However, even as the breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. You get it? Even I think that theory is pretty screwed up. Laugh as much as you want. Got a problem with that? None. Quite a pleasurable, reckless argument. Next up is a closed room with Jessica and Kana. No problems there. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used the master key. It's not even a closed room. After that, there was an attack in the servant room from a mysterious person who seemed to be Kana. And Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed, right? I had already proclaimed Kanon's death in bed before that time. So, who was that? If Kanon's-kun was replayed with the red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance that the one who attacked the group was in disguise. That made everyone mistakenly think it was Kanon-kun. They would never mistakenly think any other person was Kanon. Then, just like the heredity of Kinsu's name, there's a possibility that Kanon's name was inherited by someone. You could suppose that Kanon-kun was killed, a different person succeeded that name, and that this person attacked him. This sounds like bullshit. But also you have to consider that Kanon was a name that was given to the servants. The servants actually got their own names when they acted as servants. So those weren't their real names, so he's not completely full of shit here. I would even say that this makes more sense than the actual Kinso theory. Sound like a watermelon being splashed, rang out. I'll show you a cannon. And a blue wedge was pretty deep into Rato's left flank. Maybe it had hit a bad place since it seemed to be really... I mean, if it hit her flank, it probably hit her in the femur. Or... in a vital organ. Either way, it would be really painful. After leaning over and moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot. Once again, you've set up some human as the culprit as if it were nothing. You truly are gabbing on about things you'll never be able to open your mouth and say on the game board. And yet, it's valid. That reckless argument is pleasurable. Truly pleasurable. This isn't pain. It's pleasure. When Beato howled, the waves that had pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remains, and she continued to be tormented by a fierce pain. You ready? I'll keep going. My blue truth for the last murder in the second game. The 3 who died in Nazi's room. It'll still be valid even with the 18-person X denied. Do you have a counter-argument for that in red? If you don't, the second game is all mine too. No, I don't. Fighting over such trivial matters bores me. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the second game. Ah. Oh, God. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue states gouged through Bato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. Does it hurt? Hurts? No, no. It just tickles. At least compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned to piles of scrap meat. Like your sister. I'll make you scrap meat too. And you siblings can be all mixed up together like ground beef and pork. Ah! I'll beat you to death. I'll tear you to bits the same way. Next. The third game. How long are you gonna sit around all worn out like that? I've only just started knocking you down to hell. Naturally, if something like this could wear me down. Right. We're still just getting started. Come, let us begin the third game, starting with the 6 linked closed rooms. You supposedly did penetrate this closed room at the time. But then, you killed off Ginso. At the time, I theorized that Graham was the culprit. And that after killing the other 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he constructed his own closed room in the boiler room. And that there, he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme. Burning to death in the boiler. He fucking died in the boiler in that one too? The great love story in Numeneko is not any of these. The greatest love story is Into in the boiler. He loves that boiler. He loves to jump on that boiler so much. Yeah. He's obsessed with the boiler. Why don't you make a fucking ceremony to make that boiler sentient if you love it so much? But now I've declared that Gramps was already dead. So I've denied my own theory myself. Ironically enough. however. There's no problem. Plenty of people besides Graham could have committed the crime. You could even claim that all the adults holding the family conference were in on it. Episode 5 Boiler Portrait. Oh, that would be so good. Sitting in the very elegant chair, still wearing the dress. All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the linked closed rooms were inside the linked closed rooms. No key could have been returned from outside the room, using the crack of the door, the crack of the window, vents, or any place. And they were killed with poison gas. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the closed room. All of them had what appeared to be gunshot wounds that were fatal. Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible. I shall say more of it today. When the 5 other than Kinsel were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them. I already proclaimed and read at the time that there were no suicides. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit created a linked closed room. The culprit had no way to return just a key to the very last room. And yet, they were able to do it. After all, the first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend to find a key and pull it from the pocket of the one of the corpses. That's what I thought Rosa did in the second episode. Well, in a sense. She must have pulled that trick at least once. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. That was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after another. Finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Gatla's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades, over and over again. Now she was totally covered in blood. She was red for an amazing reason. But even so, that grinned. Cackling as though this was amusing. How could a man who promised to bring Andy's parents home voice a theory where those parents are culprits? Splendid. Even that's just fine, right? We'll be a big happy family getting their hands dirty with a mass murder. Then return to Andy stained with blood that will never come off. How could we expect anything less from the people who returned alive from the Witch's Island? Just what that mincemeat Anjay needs. Shut up! I'll kill you! I'll tear you apart! No need to waste your time begging for your life. I'll definitely give you the worst kind of death by my own hands. Yes, you probably could do it. I've explored the depths of cruelty for over 1,000 years. And you probably will give me with a fitting end for all that. Oh. Does that hurt? Is it harsh? Or does it tickle? Is that supposed to torment me? Come on, Bushido Media Battler. There are still mysteries left. Battle had already countered my first powerful move, the 18-person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people 17 didn't overturn the theory that Anteva was a Pope. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Anjali will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Anjali as fast as I can. Just as a reminder, Battler is only still in the fight because he told Beata to not give up. You're all worn out. Standing at death's door, are you? It still doesn't hurt me. Something like this. It tickles. It looks like you don't need any mercy. You never asked for it in the first place. I'm going all out. Do so. When our roles were reversed, I showed you. So you ought to do the same when given the chance. Otherwise, I'll summon another isolated Anji from a different world. And this time, I'll tear off her arms and legs, stick her with a spear and roast her. Okay? Shut up! Never again. Not my family. Not my relatives. Not any of the servants. I won't let you make them your playthings. I've already broken through all of the mysteries in the fourth game with the complete truth. The only one left is the very last one from the third game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanjo. Oh. Have I already been cornered so far? What a precarious state I'm in. She coughed violently, spitting out blood. Her inside had been punched through so many times. It was only natural. In other words, the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense for you being a witch, right? As you say. You defeat that. It will mean that all of my mysteries have been defeated. Did you solve the fourth game battler? Didn't you say it was the 18 person? I think he literally says that anybody could have done it. And I mean, it's true, anybody could have done it. Whenever people don't have alibis, he just switches to saying that. Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red truth or presents a new mystery, I will die. Anybody could have done anything, especially women. They can do anything. You don't look like someone who's been pushed into a corner, standing on the brink. You still have some kind of hidden bitch up your sleeve, right? Well, who knows? I have already tired of a too long life for years. I've started to think that having this life ended by a rival like you, whom I stumbled upon at the very end, might not be so bad. completely blank PNG file. No, not the nihilism answer. You can do it, can't you? Do it. I beg you. Kill me. I'm always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed the 18 of you hundreds of times, but I haven't been killed myself even once. So I wanted to experience it just once myself. It was a graceless show of wholeness, unchanged from before. But blood dripped from her mouth. One's beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously, without a trace of grace. But I'd got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside worlds, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change. But pure evil does exist. Oh no, he's becoming Christian. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing. And is to be spared no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone. Evil. And then you see the zipper on his jacket flip, and it becomes a regular cross. I don't pity you. Just like how you didn't show pity for any of us. Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which sticks to kill in the beginning, how to kill the next two, and whether I can find a much more grotesque method of murder. You see. Hey, Battler, I perform a little, so forgive me this time too. If you do, I'll change my method of killing into something a little better. Okay? I'll listen to how you want them to be killed and in what order. Got it? It's so fun, toying with people's lives. I'm sure you could think of a way to turn Anjay into a pile of scrap meat much more thoroughly. Come, Battler. Try to expose the truth of Nanja's murder. The 18-person X has been defeated. But I won't kill him. I'll stop the witch breathing holes. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at the point in time, Eva, Jessica, and Nanjo, were all uninvolved with Nanja's murder. And it was proclaimed that he was murdered directly by someone before his death. All other people had the strongest possible outcry by having their death proclaimed in red. Break through this without using the 18-person act. Think. Don't stop thinking. He said it. But does he mean it? Is he actually gonna carry on with it? Her red doesn't only bind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. To somehow use it against her. That's right. Fill a gap. This way, you can break through it. This way. Atorich's Legend of the Witch is finished. True. The others probably break it. However, their deaths were not proclaimed in red at the instant Dr. Nanja died. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a fight between me and Eva. after Dr. Nanjo's corpse was found. In other words, if someone was alive at the time Dr. Nanjo was killed, and then died before Eva made the proclamation, you can see right through that crack. In other words, it's like this. Someone who was first confirmed dead by Eva's proclamation was a culprit. They cleverly played dead earlier and waited for us to come and go. Before their death was announced in red, we were made to think that they died. Then, they killed Dr. Nanjo, and later died for some reason. After that, Eva proclaimed their death in red. That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's case. How's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor. And the blue snake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the golden witch, Beatu, pulling her up into the air. Ugly, tearing sounds rang out, and each time, a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When it finally ended, the tragic form was exposed there, concussioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body, and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Valerie heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the golden witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life. It hurts. It hurts. You got what you deserved. Now you can experience a portion of the pain I felt by all those you killed. Even as he said that, it seemed Balor had lost a little of his momentum at this extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at the woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end. Battler, beg you. Huh? You have to let out a sob. Hurts. Really. Hurts. End it. End it. Even with this, I still can't die. Even though it hurts so much, I still can't die. What are you asking of me? End it. Release me from this pain. Dad's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Mallory certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Adler believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them. What should I do? What can I do to end your pain? Well, now, expose everything. This is my heart. Your heart. Me. die. Were those tears from pain and torment, or else? Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Valor to look at, even after burning with such anger. Quickly, go back to Anjay. I'll listen to your request. Not so that I can go back, but to end your pain. In her last breath, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. A red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, still appealing to the heavens for something. You'll be able to kill me. All of me. My heart. Crush it. Pierce it. Okay? The red line around both her arms gradually began to strengthen. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side of it. Then, her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke. Ushiromiya, Battler, I will now kill you. And right now, there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere. I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her. Do it. I'll accept your final mystery. You are all alone on this island. And of course, I am not you. Yet I am here, now, and am about to kill you. Like a souped-up version of Dr. Nanjo's murder. So, who am I? Is that your final question? Who am I? Then Gatorita slowly approached me, and still expressionless, held me. Yeah, I get it, Scott. I'll kill you. Don't worry. I also slowly held her then. Then I, at the peace, left the Game Boy. So the final mystery died on the 10th Twilight, huh? Died in 1998? That in the 10 twilights? Saktaro. Didn't die. Inso died in the 9 twilights. Proud died in the 7 twilights. Natsui died in the 1st twilights. Jessica died in the 2nd twilights. Eva died in the 1st twilights. Hideyoshi died in the 1st twilight. George died in the 2nd twilight. Squirtle died in the 1st twilight. Hideo died in the 8th twilight. Rosa died in the 1st twilight. Nanjo died on the 6th twilight. Died in the 1st twilight Genki. Shannon died in the 5th twilight. Shannon died in the 4th twilight. Koda died in the 9th. Tomosawa died in the 9th. All of the goats. Okonogi, Amakusa, Katsumi, Professor Asuki, Nanjo Masayuki, Kumasawa Awakichi, Captain Kawabata, Lambda Delta, Bernkastel. 4th game, Alliance of the Golden Witch. Man, how much did this one take us? Like 7 streams. It was the longest one by far. We're still missing the second tea party, but this was the bulk of the episode. Now for real. Did you figure it out? Who is Beatrice? Addition of new elements. This is the final mystery, but at the same time, being realistic, it is also the first mystery. They were just not acknowledging the elephant in the room the entire game. Who is Beatrice? Who is she? You can answer that with a yes or a no. You don't need to tell us who it is. Just make it completely useless by answering yes or no. But you have to be honest, okay? You have to be honest. In the meantime, I'm gonna look at the polls. No, that's not true. I'm gonna look at the second tea party. Fuck it, let's look at the second tea party. Are you ready? No. Oh no. You have a little bit more time. Who is Beatrice? Yeah. That's right. Thank you for the follow. Okay, here we go. Second tea party, are you ready? Another 3 hours of tea party. Meta commentary on how gamers are ruining the games industry. What do you mean? Beth is not ruining the gamers industry. She's awesome. She's the best character. How dare you? Oh, this is like one of my favorite tracks in the whole thing. Big surprise, 3/4 signature. I love this track. Crank that shit up. Let's put the motif of hope there just for the hell of it. This song is so good. Okay, we continue. Gathered in a large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolate shaped like ohatiki pieces. A fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box. And there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. But the color of the partially finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around, mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun, if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful, big pillows like something from a dream. And on this bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world, Bryn Castell laid face down, and Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing the freaking slumber party. It was pretty thrilling this time, wasn't it? I got really panicky when Beata said she'd stop the game. What a rude witch, to start a game like this and try to end it by throwing it away. Wasn't Angie a good piece? After Beata ran for it, Angie dragged her back and made her resume the game. Although it's a shame that she gave Valor a little too much enthusiasm. After all, I knew Valor was a softie. No kidding. He looked like he might go easy on Beato, his enemy. That was an easy that's like the last game. He might actually feel compassion for Beato and take the game in a weird direction. Angie was a trump card to get Valor back on track when he mistook his goal. Although I wanted her to support him a bit more before using her up. She really did get used right off the bat. What a waste for a piece that requires so much preparation. Good thing I shackled her with that rule about not giving her name. If that hadn't been set up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Battle up and won in the blink of an eye. I thought it'd be a chance for them to press her all at once. But your mark was so restricted that I couldn't make the best use of it. Ah, what a waste that piece was. Isn't it obvious that such an unfair piece would have to be retired right away? Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the suspension of the game. That helps me out too. The way she made both our interests match is what made her a truly wonderful piece. She was an innocent kid like Valor, so it was easy to get her to do as I said. Morons and impulsive guys make the best pieces. I really can't stand losing that piece. By now, that kid's mincemeat. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of her later on. Oh wait, didn't you like Gyoza more? I wonder what little sister tastes like. Hilarious. Is it really okay for you to be so relaxed? Thanks to Anjay. Valor has gotten all fired up. I'm pretty sure he started a hot pursuit of battle. Making this game take a big turn in my favor, right? I mean, didn't Valor just solve almost all the mysteries up until now? Huh? Not even close. Almost all of Valor's blue truth was wrong. Battle's lukewarm red is full of holes. If she had any brains in her, she'd sleep through it easily by setting up a suitable web of twisted logic. Yeah, it really ticks me off. If it were me, I'd thoroughly cut down all of it with red. Oh, really? And I was sure that those were all correct. Well, I don't know about that small bump part though. Not all of Valor's blue truths were valid. When talking about the first game, Beato clearly declared that she guaranteed the identities of all identified corpses. This defeats Battler's theory about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi cloakroom murder being someone who picked up a corpse. Next, Emma might have died in an accident in the boiler room, but what kind of accident could grab a stake into his chest? Are you a moron? I'll slice it up with red treasure sword thing. Canon did not die in an accident. For the next one, the murders of the three, including Genji in the parlor. I thought that it was a simultaneous murder where they shot each other in a clockwise pattern at the same time. It's laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are not killers. The final trap X to kill Natsuki was also ridiculous. The thing that shot Natsuki wasn't a trap. It was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled. That's for you. You shouldn't do that. Saying something like that in red. That kid's trying to say she bounced Natsuki's bullet back with magic and killed her. Oh my. How terrible of me. You're right. Even the blue truth for the second name was way too naive. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel. That guy keeps trying to explain things using Trap X. What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche? It's also not laughable to say that, in the case where Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, someone else inherited Kanon's name. No one else can go by Kanon's name. A different person can claim that as their name. And that theory about burying the master key from Rosa from Natsuki's room is also worthless. After the master keys came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands. Except for the time when she lent one to Valerie to unlock Natsuki's. I can keep on going. Just taking a quick look at them turns out like this, get it? Forget taking a quick look. You just denied Balor's Blue Truth from the first and second games across the board. My. What a shame. If Balor heard that, he'd faint. Right. Bethel wasn't cornered at all. Looks like that kid's a pretty good actress after all. I'm sure she planned to make it look like she was getting cornered this game. And then sometime next game, he slices it up with a single right stroke to make Balor free. Then I'm sure she'll say it again with a huge smile. Witches never get into a pinch. Then, that whole tragic atmosphere still Bethel was getting cornered was all an act. Isn't it obvious? She really is a great actress. Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like an astonishing last episode climax. She's totally the winner for Best Supporting Actress this year. Oh, but of course I'm the star. You do fine too, Burn. At the end, she said something like, "Kill me," and laid out a big riddle. Isn't that her last stance? It about to be finished for good if that riddle was. Come on, were you seriously tricked too, Burn? That wasn't even close to a last stance. You had to still hold him back until he hit noon. When he stuck out both hands to give it the final riddle. Did you notice how she lowered just her right hands? Now that you mention it, is that what that meant? Sure is. That Gil still had plenty of hidden moves left. And none of the mysteries have been solved. That tension might she'd been exposed in the next episode would be the last. She truly is a genius at acting. Yeah. I want to see her knock that hole down to the very bottom right way. That kid's been totally encouraged by her North Wind and Sun strategy from last time, right? I'm sure Battle will sympathize with Bata again and fall for it completely. After all, a single tear from a woman can fool a man. Totally economical and profitable. I wonder if Bata will get caught by the same move again. I'll have to spur him on so he never feels sympathy again. Although Anji's mincemeat seems to have done that pretty well. A power-up from an Anji-flavored hamburger. Of course. I won't lose either. Starting here, I'll thoroughly support Bata to rally her up enough to complete the battler. Bata won't lose. I mean, threatening her with a wonderful punishment game if she loses. Your punishment games are seriously not cool. So you should go a little easy on her. I've decided what to do for your next punishment game, Burn. Wanna hear? Wanna hear? No. Come on, ask me. Guess what? Guess what? I'll lock you in a wonderful, wonderful castle. That castle will be surrounded by pure white castle walls, 12 kilometers to a side, with a height of 10 meters. Magic and tricks are prohibited. You really couldn't jump over that, right? 1,440,000,000 cubic meters. You can stop here. I already know what you're going to say. And that place will start getting buried with gems. One every day. I'll lock you in until the castle walls are packed with them. And you'll be buried to death with gems. Isn't that a wonderful, romantic punishment game? If you multiply the length of the walls by 5 and make it 1/10 of its current height, I wouldn't mind if you shut me in right now. Really? That would make it 3,600,000,000 cubic meters, right? The time period for the punishment game would more than double, right? I get to keep you as my prisoner for such a long time. I really like you, Burn. I love you. Lambda Delta playfully approached Burn Castell, who yawned, looking bored, as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat. You're betting on Badler's victory. And I'm betting on an eternal tie for the two of them. It's so good. Doesn't that mean no one's betting on Beato's victory? I wouldn't. Your chances of winning are 0. Oh, how truly pitiful. Being told by the Witch of Miracles that there's no chance of a miracle. Although, I wouldn't bet on her either, right? I can say that with certainty. It's also pretty sad when the Witch of Certainty says that you're certainly screwed. Unusually for them, they giggle together. I wonder how this game will resolve itself. Yeah, that's the one thing we can't predict. That's why it's fun. I won't permit escaping or suspensions any longer. I'll certainly make them continue their game, and I won't let them run away. Even though I can't even imagine what will happen next. I know it certainly won't end that way. At the very least, it won't end with Bata's victory. I mean, think about it. Neither of us is betting on Bata's victory. In other words, If it looks like Bats is gonna win, he'll have us two great witches as enemies. Exactly. Our powers are most in equilibrium when balancing between a tie and Mallory's advantage. If it tips too much in Battle's favor, both of us will line up along the same vector and drag Battle. In other words, the instant Battle's in a superior position, she'll have to deal with both of us as enemies. I come in front with Burn. Sounds fun. Thanks. But I'm not going into a competitive any back with you. And I was gonna cover you with melted marshmallows while taking a completo shower. How pitiful. That child is a living toy. A doll you cut so that you could play with me, Lambda. I'm good at playing with dolls. You really can do it well, okay? I'm proud of being able to play with a single toy for hundreds of years without getting tired of it. You're her ally sometimes and oppose her at others. Toying with her for all eternity. How pitiful. That kid is now our doll. That's right. That kid is our doll. No one has been prepared for that kid except the ones the two of us desire. In other words, I can say for sure that this can only end by repeating a tie for eternity because of me. Or else, with Battle losing and being destroyed because of you, Bird. As far as this game ending with Battle's victory goes, I will proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles. Then, I will proclaim it as the Witch of Certainty. Battle certainly cannot win. And a miracle certainly will not occur. Wow, that's great, right? Because we want to win. We want to defeat Battle, so that's a good ending. That's a good thing. I'm so happy that Battle cannot win. Yay, wahoo! That's unlimited! Hell yeah, unlimited hats. Rabbit Hole Studio. And Saki! And Saki, yes! The greatest guy. Yeah. Bit. Okay, now we actually finished for real the question arts. That is the end. There is nothing more. That's it. No more question arcs. The new features, I believe, is the music box. Yep, you can solve it right now. Everything. We finished the question arc, so now you have all the questions. Now you need to give us the answers. Have you figured it out? Yeah, here's the music box. And as you can see, the background is different now. And this soundscape is really ominous, isn't it? The music box is as you would expect. Let's listen to my favorite song, guys. No, just kidding. We're not gonna listen to this fucking song. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. This one's fine. I like this one. The freaking objection theme. Play scary tunes. I don't know the names of the scary ones is a problem. Oh, okay. Play scary tunes only. You're right. I don't even know how to make it work. Hang on, I'm gonna start over. I don't think it's playing anything. How do you make it just play? Maybe if I play some song. Ah, there we go. None of the tunes are scary enough. Here's one. This one is Witch of the Painting. I know this one. This one's English name. Yeah, here it is. Witch of the Painting. This is the one that I was thinking of with scary tunes. Okay, guys, it's time. We need to see the poll. It's scary, but we need to see the poll. Nine answers. Let us see. I mentioned that I might actually change it to 4 instead of 3 for the next one, because we've got so many characters now. Oh, fuck off. Who fucking voted for the Witch Hunter guy? Now I can't remove him from the poll because somebody voted for him. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let us see the hated and beloved characters. Here we go. As always, I have the previous poll ready. What is this? Oh. I mean, what is this? Oh, it's this. I forgot I had this here. Um, so check this out. First, my God, can you even read this at this point? The list is so big now. This is the old one, right? The old one has the other options because I had already added them, but the results are still there. So ignore all the final ones. Those weren't there before. That's why they all have 0. Beata had a very dominant role in this one, in episode 3. Now let's see the episode 4 ones, and let us compare. I don't know why, but they made her too good for this world. I'm gonna cover myself, it's fine. Just for a little bit. Because I want to put both of them alongside each other. Okay. Left is episode 3, right is episode 4. 1, 2, go. Check it out. As you can see, Beato continues winning, but now she is tied with Angie. Seems like people really enjoyed Angie in this one. That's nice. I'm glad. Badass women continue to win. The goat with all the... I'm gonna assume that's the goat with all the loose flags, or with all the backstory. Yeah, that guy was pretty cool. Somebody voted for Okonogi. 2 people voted for the boatman. I fucking knew it. That's the only reason why I added these characters, because somebody was gonna complain that I didn't add the boatman to the poll. I gotta vote for the Cheesters. Hell yeah. Let's go. Maria got an extra vote. More people like Maria. Jessica's still at 2. Very good. A vote for Nanjo. Well, he got two votes last time. I forgot. Kinso got 3 votes. Let's go. Kinso 3 votes. Renaud 1 vote. Still somebody really likes that guy. Could be me. Who did I vote for on this one? I think I voted for... yeah, this one was probably the hardest for me. I voted for... Oh, and you might notice. 0 vote for Battler. Why would that be? Battler, my dude, what happened? You were the second favorite character. How did you fall off so hard? Battler and Canon got destroyed by the addition of new characters. Yeah, kind of. So, I voted for Beato, I voted for Anjay, and I voted for Maria. I could not vote for Beato. That is impossible. I have to vote for Beato every time. Anjay, it's a given, and Maria, well, yeah, also it's a given. They got really, really elevated by the plot. Sadly, all the parents got a little bit lost because of the same reasons. If it wasn't for like all the flashbacks, all the stuff that happens outside of the game, if we made a poll of only the characters that are in the game, I would have voted for the Cheesters, because the Cheesters are really good in this episode. Only the characters in the game, so also the stakes don't count, I think, because they're not in the game at all. At least not as characters, they're only there as the actual stakes, the physical weapon. They only appear as characters in the scenes outside of the game. I would have voted for... Well, it's probably maybe for Kraus. I'm not sure about that one. That one is a little bit shaky. I would have voted for Kiria. This would probably be my one time that I would have voted for Kiria. Because I did kind of like her in this one. I thought she was good in this episode. And third one, maybe Jessica. Jessica would have been a good one too. So a lot of good options there. Okay, so that's the favorites. Let's see the least. Let's see the least favorites, or the ones you hate, the ones you want to put in the wood chipper. He's so good this round. I really like the when Krongo put the emote where he's like just burning, but still laughing. That one was really good. Okay, so let's see. Wow, Kingsman had 6 votes on least favorite last time on hated. How did that happen? Ah, fuck. Oh, never mind. We're good. I was like, oh fuck, I messed up the chats. No, we're good. We're good. No, wait. I'm still wary. Let me change it again. I'm worried I fucked it up in some way, so I'm just gonna undo it. No. There we go. Yes. It was all the fun misogyny. Yeah, probably. Probably. Okay, I'm gonna put both alongside right away. We're not gonna make any preambles. So get ready. One, two, three. I'm seeing the results, but the letters are so small that I can't compare them here because my preview is very small. 3, go. Whoa, I can't see it. Hang on, I need to see it myself. Let's see, we got... Man, I didn't pay attention. Which one is which? Okay. Beato and Stakes of Purgatory used to have a boat. The Stakes of Purgatory still have a boat. Ginsto only has 1 boat. Rosa, again, returning back to her fucking throne. Never fucking mess with the queen. Don't you ever forget who's in charge here. Know your fucking place, Kinsa. Eva is still at 1. Goda and Kraus no longer get any hates. Kraus got a lot of sympathy. Just even though nobody voted for him in either, the fact that nobody voted hates. Yeah, I guess Crowd was pretty alright in this episode, so there was no reason for anybody to hate him. Hideyoshi has a vote? Oh, that's crazy. Who spent one of their valuable points on Hideyoshi? George has a 3 compared to the 5 he had before, which is kind of surprising. I mean, I get it. If you like that kind of thing, it probably doesn't bother you as much. But a lot of people are like, man, fuck this guy in episode 4. Because he was really eye-rolling. He had a lot of eye-rolling scenes in episode 4. At least in my opinion. I did vote for George in this one, I'll admit it. They probably hated him because he didn't do anything. Like, man, you didn't do anything. You were my goat. What the hell? I hate you now. Vote for the Chisters? No! The Chisters are bunnies. They're incapable of doing anything wrong. And Kinsa was mean to them. You can't be mean to the bunnies. Amakusa got a 3. Gee, I wonder who voted for Amakusa in this one. Probably the person most vocal about Amakusa. 4 votes with Kasumi? People didn't like Kasumi? Not fans of Kiria's sister? I don't think I voted for Kasumi. Okay, guys, guess who voted for Battler? Guess who voted for Battler? Remember when I said I wanted to make this one a little bit spicier? It was me. I voted for Battler. Because I was still remembering that one scene in the balcony. And his fucking fumble of the century. It is like tough love in my case. He can do better. He can do better. He should do better. He really needs to lock in. Because he was kind of phoning it in this time around. Yeah, he really fumbled a lot. He had some cool blue trills, yeah, but that was after I did the votes. Because remember that those scenes happened after I started the poll, so by that time I had already voted. I cannot change my vote. What a nice final scene, right? I really like that Battler's like, okay, this is it. I'm locked in. I'm never gonna forgive the witch. I'm not gonna show any mercy. I'm gonna end this as fast as possible. I'm not gonna do any nonsense. Battler immediately starts doing puppy eyes, and Battler's like, "Oh, are you okay?" And when she goes, "No, I'm not okay. I want to give up now. And we can end this game and you can go see your sister." And he's like, "No, I want to keep playing. You can't give up." I really like that like Valerie just cannot commit. Like he's I mean, I guess it's not a spoiler. The guy is just down bad. He's down bad, really bad. He's down bad. He cannot help himself. He's not beating the allegations. Every scene with Batman Battler just reads like flirting. Okay, so this is where I would normally end the stream because it's been 4 hours. Perfect 4 hours. I basically filled up the gap with this poll. I don't want to end it right now because I want to show you the beginning of episode 5. Because I need to do an image for episode 5. Which is a thing I've been doing for every episode. And I can't think of anything for episode 5 without giving you a big spoiler of like the first 5 minutes of episode 5. So I'm gonna have to show you the beginning of episode 5, sorry. That's just how it is. We can even start over next time. What about the profile secrets? Oh, do you think it's already there? Do you think it's in the questions arc? Let me see. We can check it here. If it's anywhere, it's here. All the shit on the screen. Whoops. Let me get this out of the way, this out of the way, this out of the way. Boom. Because this is like the very last part where you could get profiles, so it has to be here. If it's the same thing I'm thinking of. Let's see if it's the same thing. Because we could be thinking of different things. What is sought by those witches who repeatedly voyage in an attempt to escape boredom? Oh, episode 4 tips. Okay. These are new bios, aren't they? The Voyager witches who cross the Sea of Fragments are beings far superior to the witches who cannot leave their own territories. While they may be on an even footing inside this territory, her true magical power far surpasses that of Beatrice. What is sought by those witches who repeatedly voyage in an attempt to escape boredom? Okay, let's get out of here. Man, the Yuri witches are so awesome. I love them. Tips. So 4 tips. Let me think. Are we thinking of the same thing? Is it perhaps this? If you kill execute, who's here? Who's here? Well then, hello. New character. Chester 556. You might remember her being mentioned very briefly in the story. And when she is mentioned, Double O mentions her. She's like, okay, 556 and you will take care of the scouting. And they're like, oh, 556 isn't here anymore, Double O. And she just gets really sad. It's like, oh yeah, oh yeah. Chester 556. A weapon of the Sisters' Cavalry, which serves Pendragon. 556 was quiet and often teased. But she was loved by everyone. Oh really? I can resurrect her. Oh shit. It even has a different bio. A quiet girl who's always teased by everybody. But that's because everyone loves her. The trumpets is her specialty. Everyone skips to her lively tune. The trumpet, huh? So she was a rabbit that played the trumpets. But she was loved by everyone. However, her luck was always bad. And she met a tragic end in battle against the Black Witch. She was a cutting-edge weapon, unique in the Sisters' Cavalry, which tended to serve as honor guards. 556 was in charge of squad fire support. She shot not to kill, but to protect her allies. The Black Witch, huh? The Black Witch killed this rabbit that played the trumpet. Much to think about. No, we can leave her alive. For now. Yeah, the Black Witch. Another vote for Rosa. Now, why is that? What does that have to do with anything? I don't understand. Okay, let me send you to the chat screen while I set up the answer arcs. Get ready. Don't worry, I did actually make sure to check that it was working. I didn't just get the answer arcs and leave it up to fates, whether they worked or not. Yeah, see? They're right here. No, you can't see them because I haven't put them on screen. We can get rid of the counter. I'm sure there will be more instances of me crying in the story. But nothing will reach the level of episode 4. Episode 4 is the big hurdle. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? This is episode 5. Well, this is the answers arcs, I should say. We're still in the new game. That's the answer arcs. As you can see, it's when they cry 4, no longer when they cry 3. End of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Please enjoy this new game by a new game master at your leisure. A new game master. However, the game has already reached the climax. The culprit has been cornered, and there's nothing left to do but await the final checkmate. But for that very reason, there must be something for you to spot looking down on it from afar. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly deceive you after all this time? Okay, let's get in there. End of the Golden Witch. Here we are. Yeah, now it says Cheeto. Oh no, it's the new portraits. Hang on. Go back. There we go. The jump scare. No! Don't worry, we still have the old ones. We still have the classic ones. You idiots! Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see your face twist in pain. Why else? Look, don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look! Magic! It's furniture! No matter how much you try to deny me and magic, look! Sorry, Battler. It was pretty fun. Sure, I just did what teacher told me. But look how great I turned out. Apparently, you start out all hostile and needlessly brutal, then turn incompetent and soft at just the right moment. You can spark a huge bump on your affection meter. Right. Hola. That lonely tone was the desolate sound of the wind blown by. The glittering rose petals on these bushes were all golden. The cloud of gold butterflies that had once danced through this golden rose garden like fluttering rose petals was no longer anywhere to be seen. The master of the Golden Land is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. She might be called inhumane and cruel, arrogant and outrageous, perhaps naive and simple. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard. The Golden Witch, Beatrice, sat like a doll, resting in a deck chair, adorned as beautifully as the golden rose garden itself. She wasn't relaxing there. Her eyes were empty. She didn't respond to any questions. Even so, she was not permitted to sleep. Beatrice sat like a doll. Her hair was down, and Virgilia was carefully tending to it with a comb. The usual Beata would surely have spent this time complaining about this and that regarding her hairstyle. However, she made no response, showed no reaction. So it really only looked like Virgilia was combing the golden hair of a large doll. There was a table alongside them. On it sat a chessboard, along with a jumble of black and white pieces locked in a closely fought battle. However, the setup looked somehow different from normal chess. Maybe the game was similar, though not identical. And on the other side, sitting back on his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. No, perhaps it wasn't his next move he contemplated. Every once in a while, he would change the positions of the pieces, considering the situation after every change. Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind the moves that had been made. In the past, Ginso, the Yoshinomiya family head, once said that learning chessboard arrangement was like taking a journey through the thought of the old masters. Yoshinomiya Battler was on a journey, a search for the thought process that had led to the Golden Witch to create this arrangement and make these moves. Battler took a black piece that should have been moved forward and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Battler's pieces were white. However, on this chessboard, the black encampment was on Battler's side. He was reconstructing that arrangement, trying to play Battler's role. The more I do this, the less I understand your moves. Even Battler didn't expect that Beata would respond to that statement. Or rather, he was pretending to talk to himself, thinking there might still be some chance of her responding. Beata's eyes reflected nothing, and her mouth told nothing. After begging him to kill her, the Golden Witch had become a corpse that had given up on life. She wasn't sleeping. She couldn't step down from this game and was therefore forbidden sleep. So those words must have reached her ears. However, they probably hadn't reached her heart. The Golden Witch would not sneer at Battler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. By now, Beatrice was nothing more than a living doll. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Sometimes she would seem to make some sort of gesture, or even move her lips. However, her movements never managed to communicate anything to Battler. How did you decide on this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. Beat, Battler-kun is talking to you. Say something. Giggle or guffaw or something. Even use that shrill laugh of yours if you want. Can you believe it? The shrill laugh of Baptist will never be heard again. However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice surely reached her. This was what Battler believed as he said these words, so he said it again. How did you decide on this move in this situation? I don't get it at all. I don't understand your moves. So, you don't understand what this child is thinking. Virgilia answered in her disciple's stead. Up to this point, she had done her best to avoid speaking for Beato. After all, There was a chance that Beato would respond in some way, and Virgilia didn't want to be the one to steal that chance. So, Beato was going to have to bear with this silence, until Beato herself answered. Virgilia could no longer bear to watch Battler like this. Besides, Battler also wanted to hear what Virgilia had to say. He believed that conversation would reach Beato's hearts. Yep, I don't have a clue. The more I try standing on Beato's shoes and moving to pieces like this, the less I understand. A serial murder following an epitaph. But that is the victory condition. I tried reconstructing the games from the witch's side, but I never ended up making the moves Beato did. In those two games, I could find several incomprehensible moves that clearly worked against that victory condition. I don't get it at all. This journey through her thoughts is just too rugged. Even so, you won't give up, will you? I won't. I promised. Kill me. Let me die. I promised to let her die peacefully. And I'm the only one who can do it. Beato's right ankle was bound with a heavy, cold steel shackle. It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movements. However, it symbolized restriction. It was a visualization of the bonds that prevented her from leaving the game until she either won or lost. And the shackle was probably hurting her. The mercilessly cold shackle tormented her over and over inside her waking dream. So there was never any sign of relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a nightmare, and every once in a while she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, Beato will never be released from the curse that prevents her from sleeping peacefully. Are you sure you want to keep doing this? It seems the 5th game has already started. Not interested. Why should I take part in any game unless Beato is my opponent? If that's the only alternative, then it's a much better use of my time to reconstruct previous games while taking a journey in search of Beato's thought process. I'll be the next game master. Any objections? You got none, right? I've got nothing but objections. Beato conceded the fight and is unconscious. Isn't this a loss by default and game over for her? I'll admit a lot has happened to Beato, and she's basically being KO'd for now. But that doesn't mean she's lost the will to fight. That's why I'm acting as her assistant. Get it? Beato was lying down on the deck chair, almost as though she was sleeping. However, she wasn't sleeping. And she wasn't awake either. She was nothing more than a living doll that had given up on victory, who had asked Battler to perform her last rites, and who had surrendered everything. Of course, if everyone just sat around, the next game, the 5th game, would never be made ready. So Lambda Delta had succeeded Beato as the next game master and announced that she prepared the next game. Quit messing around. This is a game between me and Beato. I don't know who you two are, but I'm not gonna let you carry on without us. No one asked for your opinion. What'll you do, Bird? Accept my challenge, or not? Sure. Go ahead and inherit her role. What the hell? Quit messing around. I don't know who you people are, but I'm not gonna let you ignore Beato and me just carry on by yourself. Hey, take it easy. Okay, sure. A new player means you'll face new kinds of moves. I'm sure you'll see a lot of stuff that confuses you. But even that might lead to some big hints, get it? Who cares? Quit saying whatever you want and deciding anything on your own. Beato's game has repeated 4 times. And you still don't understand anything, right? In that case, I expect that swapping out opponents might lead to some huge hints. None of your business. This is our game. After repaired and she designated me to be her opponent. I don't know what hole you two crept out of, but I don't want you screwing things up. In that case, pick Battle up and make her get the next game ready. Can you? Battle won't be getting up for a while. Anyway, we don't need to have another game. The 4 games she's already laid out are more than enough. And even if we do have some 5th game, there's no reason it shouldn't just be a puzzle that lays out and I take on. There's absolutely no reason for you two to butt in. I don't know that picture. You can send it to me. See what I mean about Madeline? Like, oh yeah, I'm doing this for Anjay. I'm doing everything for Anjay. 5 minutes later. Oh no, I need to help Gato. I need to fulfill her wish. And he's being very stubborn about it too. Like, Battler, you can go home now. No, I'm not leaving. Battler, you can go home now. No. I refuse to leave. Battler couldn't hide his irritation at the 2 witches called Lambda Delta and Burn Castell. And he's basically telling the 2 witches to not backseat him. Who had shown up well after the game started and who were now trying to take charge of their own. It looked like these witches were of an even higher rank than Battle. So high, in fact, that even Battle's teacher, Virgilia, couldn't even come close. Battler had the feeling that he'd seen these 2 several times before. However, this was the first time he'd known their names and spoken to them directly. They're kind of high, yeah. You can't get the next game ready without waking Battle. I'll prepare the next game. We aren't so patient that we're willing to wait forever for Battle to regain consciousness. Right, Burn? I don't like boredom. It really ticks me off. We really don't give a damn about whether you're bored or not. Come on now. Leave everything to this perfect Lambda Delta Sama, okay? I'll take over as the Game Master. Don't worry. I won't play it with too much absolute perfection. Just like Battle, I'll set up plenty of incomprehensible fakes, clues, and bonus hints. I'll make this game a huge hint that'll help you understand Battle's world even better, okay? Letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. The 2 witches didn't flinch at all. One grinned, the other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. The 2 of them just stared at me silently, as though they were reproaching me. What's this? Not satisfied? Are you saying you'll step down from my 5th game? Isn't that a loss by default? Battler won't step down. Of course he'll participate in the 5th game. Don't just decide that yourself. I'm not gonna play along with you two. I don't give a shit. And it really is a loss by default, right? The witch side wins this game. Is it really okay to end this with the human surrendering? If you step down, the game will end with your loss by default. Get it? If you want to guarantee that your lonely sister always leaves with miserable circumstances and an endless number of worlds, the option is indeed open to you. It's like, oh wait, I forgot about that. When Bert Castell mentioned Anjay, Valor's expression changed instantly. You bastard! Don't you dare talk about Anjay so lightly. Because you have an ally in me, Bryn Castell, the Witch of Miracles. There exists a possibility of a miracle in which Anjay's family comes home to her. Well, if you do throw that chance away and guarantee that Anjay's endless futures all end in sorrow, that might be pretty interesting too. I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Battle's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world. And if I abandon that victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Anjay. For Anjay's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting. Damn it. What's wrong? You look unsatisfied. Have you already forgotten how angry you were when your sister was turned to mincemeat? You know, a spectacle where she was torn to bits, ripped to pieces by countless red-hot pliers. You'd better watch more closely next time, okay? Brinka still pointed the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. The scene was reflected on its sharp surface. But it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. If you look deep into the crystal, that fragment, you would probably learn what was reflected in there. And you stared at it, and you'd surely see the end Anjay finally reached after waiting 12 years and giving up everything for the sake of her beloved brother. The scene of her death throes, as her entire body was torn to bits while she still lived. Damn you! Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar, but as soon as he touched that which made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. Then, as naturally as though she'd been there from the beginning, Brent Castell was leaning against a distant wall. If you step down from the game, this will become not just a fragment, but a definite reality. I won't be the one to create that future. You'll do it yourself. So decide, okay? Figure out what you want to do with your beloved little sister's future. Battler's fist shook with anger. But even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Brent Castell. This witch was like a phantom, or a cat who wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it. And if she was telling the truth, for Anjay's sake, I can't step down from this fight. Even if this unpleasant witch is high at the game board. That's just like you, Burn. You're even heartless when you threaten people. That's how it is, Battler. You aren't allowed to step down from this game board. You and Battler are nothing more than pieces on the board that exist to distract us from our boredom. Even your incomprehensible anger and irritation make for a wonderful treat to satisfy us. Well, what you're doing now only makes for a cheap snack, though. Like those curry-flavored potato wafers that sell for 30 yen a pair. You damn witches! Fight for Andy's sake, okay? And for Baptist too, right? In a way that was admonishing, or perhaps babying. Like the headaches you get after eating something too sweet. Don't call them witches, bro. Brent still tormented Battler and smiled. By now, the host of this tea party, Bato, was absent. The witches were already making themselves at home. What'll you do if you don't meet your Battler? Will you surrender to fate? Just step down. You had enough being toyed with as a witch's piece, right? It sure is tough being one of Brent's pieces. I'm sure she'll use you and throw you away just like she did with Anjay. I'm not giving you the option of stepping down. Keep fighting for the sake of your sister's future. I'm your ally. Until you win, I'll support you so you can reach that future. For all eternity. Until I get bored. I can't let her provocation and cajolery rile me up. These witches know how I get mad easily, and they're trying to take advantage of that. Battler withstood it all, and finally relaxed his clenched fists. If you want to start with this fifth game of yours, go ahead and do it. Do whatever you want. Yes, I will do whatever I want. Hey, where are you going? This is one of my favorites. Lambda faces. I really like this expression. She's hitting the tingles expression. Even though Battler acknowledged his 5th game, he turned his back on them. Much to Lambda Delta's surprise. If you're gonna be battle substitutes, then I'm sure that Brink is still a witch over there can stand in for me if she wants. Not a bad idea. Better than a loss by default. What the heck? Are you just gonna ignore this episode 5 that I put so much effort into making? Rude! Rude! Battler says he's going to take a break for a while. Until he comes back, I'll be his substitute. How's that sound, Battler? You do that. What's wrong, Lambda? So, you'll refuse to play if it's against me? Instead of that fool, Battler? Of course not! I'm glad I get to play with you, Burn. Come on, let's play! Let's play! Let's play together in Lambda Delta's super, hyper and cute episode 5. This technically is a world Beta created. You aren't going to ruin the atmosphere of this story, are you? Don't worry about that. I'm really good at reading between the lines for that sort of stuff. I made sure to use a Batoish atmosphere to make a tale that's even more interesting. Battler, make sure you come back as soon as your break's over, okay? It'd be a shame to miss this. I set up plenty of bonus hints that'll get you closer to Bat's secrets. Or at least that's what it'll look like. But it's actually filled with misdirection and makes stuff more and more confusing. Wait, hey, Battler! Why aren't you listening when a witch is talking? Without answering, Battler disappeared into the darkness. After shrugging and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Battle. This is like the streamer leaving and the chat taking over. The chat taking over, specifically the backseaters. Can those witches really understand Battle's game? Since they're using the same game board, they cannot do anything that this child cannot do. However, they can do things that this child wouldn't do. What do you mean things she wouldn't do? Our time chats. Oh. The materials of chess exist so that you can play chess. You cannot use them to play cards. However, when it comes to throwing chess pieces at your opponent and scribbling on the board, boxes are not impossible to do. However, that would be blasphemy against the game of chess. My first move is to kill Yoda, I guess. What? Also, it's already an incorrect move. You need to kill 6 people first. You fail. Try again. So people choose not to do that. That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. Beatrice's eyes seem to cloud slightly with sadness. And them. This game's between me and Beatrice. I killed Gola 6 times and then my turn. Okay, that's valid. Wait, no, I was gonna kill Gola. Damn it. Now what am I gonna do? I won't let anyone else defile it. At that time, gold butterflies gathered and Renov appeared, holding a tea set with black tea. It's Renov! Would you like some more tea? If you wouldn't mind. Certainly. So, how goes this journey of yours in search of Milady's thoughts? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but it's funny to say that. I just think it's funny to go with the flow. In the same way that I love saying that Rosa's the greatest to ever do it. And she's my goat. I don't have a clue, but I'm enjoying it. However, are you sure about this? Is it truly alright for you to relax here? You mean that game, those witches just start all by themselves? Indeed. Just now, when I went to serve them some tea, the murders of the first twilight had already taken place, and it seemed as though the next murder would occur shortly. When Beato and I were playing, the game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause that game just because I wasn't around. I don't know. Did you see their game? Just a part of it. How was it? Nob lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After finishing that, he finally spoke. He gave us his impressions of it. It did not have love. What do you mean, love? My apologies. That is how a woman might put it. Oh, that's awesome. Then why did you say it or not? Well, I'm gay, so I basically count. As a man, one might call it dishonorable. Rules of men do not apply to me because I'm gay. He's basically saying, I understood what those words meant. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor. I believe it resembles Milady's games greatly, on the surface. However, its foundation is quite different. Does it go against the rules of Beto's game? No, it does not. Lambda Delta Sam actually does understand the rules of Milady's game very well. However, Battler stood up. There was no need to make Ronald say anymore. Battlercorn. Sorry, Ronald. I know you went to all the trouble of pouring this for me, but tea isn't what I need. So, will you go after all? Yeah. We don't need any outsiders in our game. These guys weren't even here in the beginning, because I've been loafing about crazier and crazier witches have been introduced. And now they're hijacked this game between me and Beatrice. You gotta take it back. Right now, I'm supposed to be the one taking care of Beatrice's game board. That means I can just sit around here. Thank you. I wanted to let this child hear those words. I'm sure she hears them. Milady is simply unable to answer. Beatrice lay there silently, like a living doll with dull eyes. The game board she kept created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people, and was being turned into a mess. If I was designated to be her opponent, then Beato must have created this game for me. I've got to take it back. Wait here. I'll go and take it back. Of course, Beato didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place. I'll be right back. Virgilia, Renaud, I'm counting on you two to look after this golden sleeping beauty. Yes, leave it to us. See you later, Battler Kun. And please, in the game with this child, try to find some part you can. Even if this child is absent, it will mean you have fought with. You're right. It's all useless. What am I doing? go. Let's take it all back. Sorry to keep you waiting, witches. My break is over. When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled it, the whole world shattered as though it were made out of thin glass. Then, as though it had cleaned away since the beginning, it transformed into that smoking room where Battler had fought back so many times, and with the two witches had now hijacked. What do you think you're doing? You're only coming back now? It's way too late. Not only has the game reached the second day, it's already at the finale, get it? You never showed up, so I just advanced things on my own. Yeah, like you even waited for me in the first place. Brain was way more skillful than enterely that you were, right? Shut up. I'm the player. You substitute witches can just take a step back now. Well, I don't really mind if you join in starting now. But there's probably no need for you anymore. Seriously, after all, we're already at the climax. After this, Burn will probably corner me and win. The hell? Nothing wrong with that, is there? Only letting watch the final entry. Of course. Come on over, Ushido Miyamaru. It's almost completely over, but here's the cute and elegant game I made. Episode 5. End of the Golden Witch. We're almost there. We're almost there. So we're starting on the second day. We skipped the whole first day. We arrived late to the party. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Now what's going on here? Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, check this out. This is the exact same bio that he had in the first episode. I think it's the same for all the characters that are alive, yes. Yep, everybody has the same exact bios from the first episode. So let's see the dead characters. There's 3 dead characters right now. 6, I mean. Let's start with Jessica. Her corpse was found in the cousins' room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. His corpse was found in a guest room on the 1st floor of the mansion. A demon's stake had pierced through his back. The tip of it reached as far as his lungs. Because he was lying face down on the bed, it is unthinkable that this was a suicide. His corpse was found in the cousins' room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but his neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his death with absolute certainty. So both George and Jessica were at their neck sliced. Guest room 1st floor. Cousin's room on 2nd floor of the guest house. Okay, so these 2 were in the same place. His corpse was found in the servant waiting room on the 1st floor of the mansion. The direct cause of death is unknown, but his neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his death with absolute certainty. Her corpse was found in the cousins' room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. So, same place as Jessica and George. These 3 are together. The direct cause of death is unknown. For her next supplies open. Yes, it says. Same description. Next one you have the same, yep. Same location, same death. So these four, the three dead cousins, so only not Badler, and Rosa, all died in the second floor of the guest room. They all had to get their necks torn open. Genji was in a different place, but he died through the same method. Hideyoshi is the only one who was not sliced in the neck. So his death is the one that stands out the most. The Golden Witch and the Endless Witch. Beatus Peace, who speaks on behalf of the illusion of the witch. She claims that all of the crimes from Brokenjima were caused by the illusion of the witch. In the fifth game, she clashes with Renkistil, who denies this illusion. Because she herself is much more than a piece, and the higher plane version of her has stepped down as the game master. She isn't in a position where she can know the truth of the fifth game. This puts her in a different position than the one she held in the games before now. So she still exists as a piece in the game, but she's not the higher plane battle, the meta realm battle. The Witch of Miracles is known as the witch who knows that miracles don't occur. I love this fucking turn. One of my favorite bits in this story is the fucking the way the heel turn of Venkristel is so good. Like, yeah, she never actually cared about you. She just wanted to win the game. The witch who knows miracles don't occur. In the fifth game, she participates as a player in a position to battle. However, from the very beginning, her aim has been to deny the illusion of the witch. Her only goal is to crush Batman in her world as a way to starve off boredom. Though she does deny the illusion of the witch, she is no ally of Badler's. Virgilia, now retired as a witch and Bethleach's teacher, she used the endless magic properly and devoted her life to endless smiles. I think this is the same as when she was first introduced. Yeah, she has the same description. Same thing with Ronald. Probably same thing with Cap. Yep. The Sisters of Purgatory are still here. All our favorite girls. Lambda's here. In the place of battle, who stepped down from the position of the Game Master in the 4th game. Lambda Delta serves as the new Game Master in the 5th game. Therefore, it is expected that, while the 5th game may be quite similar to the previous ones, there will be differences. She hates boredom as much as Renkistil, and depending on the situation, he may become either an enemy or an ally to battle for her. The man designated to be battle opponent in the first 4 games. In the 5th game, he is displeased that Lambda Delta has taken over as Game Master, though he does not participate as a player. Until now. So now we have that context. Now we know why in that opening scene, Eva was crying. Because her husband and her son are dead. Right now, no humans exist in this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. Badler's family is completely intact in this one. Rudolph and Kitty are still alive. And Jessica's family is also intact. Except for Jessica. Whoops. But never mind. Only Badler's family is intact. With one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. And the culprit is among these people. Whoa. I mean, it's conclusive, isn't it? Unless the culprit is a witch who committed murder with magic, that is. It was you! You killed George! Killed my husband! Why? Why? He didn't kill anyone! He didn't! In a panic, and with a voice that was far from calm, No matter there was, to put it coldly, unsightly, and not be denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. He stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed and on nothing. He stood up, brushed back her long hair, pointed and on nothing, and said it one more time. He! Who could it be? We know it's not Eva, and Kia does not have long hair, so who is this? You are the culprits, Ushiro Miyanatsuki-san. I love this song. It really is the best OP. I really like Higurashi. It's really good. I don't like it as much as Umineko, but I really like it. It's a really good story. And it gives you a little bit of extra context for Umineko in a very meta sort of way, which is very Umineko of them. Okay, we can call it here. I just wanted to show you that. I just wanted to show you that. She's here. She's finally here. This is why I was so desperate to make it to episode 5. She's here, everyone's favorite character. And now I can make the image for the next episode without being a spoiler. I don't know why I read that as the mouse. Not completely incorrect, I guess. She is very rodent. Very rodent aspected, I think. She has a lot of rodent qualities to her. Oh, time to end it. Now, for the next 3 hours of stream, I will play in Donkey Kong. Not really. I'm ending. To not have a major character show up until much later. Yeah. I'm so excited for you to see more of this character. It's so good. It's one of the best memes. It is my favorite meme, the one that's like People who like Beatrice and it's a wall of text. People who like Erika, I hate her. That's it. That's it. That's all they wrote. I know this character is a big reference to Higurashi. Hello, Pincy. Oh, I'm sorry, Pincy, we're ending, but thank you for showing up. Nice to see you. Kenster, it's complicated because it's not this character per se. There's other characters that are much more of a bigger reference to Mineko. But bye bye. I'm sorry. Good night. I hope you had a good weekend. It's I'm not even gonna say which ones. You'll probably realize immediately. You probably already know which characters. We've already seen the characters. They're huge fucking references to. It ain't over yet. It's true. I hope you had a good weekend so far. I should say. Why is your mic like that? I'm in the cave. I'm in a place in a different room because I'm house sitting right now, and the thing here is that the place where the router is, which is the place with the best internet, has proven that the fact that I haven't dropped a single frame. Is in a really, really big room. Like the room is very big, and that's why there's so much echo. And if I want to move to a place with less echo, it's really far away from the router, and it would probably lead to a lot of frames dropped. This is not a problem for me because I don't live here. I only have to stay here for like 3 days and then I leave. I wasn't lying about the kitchen. But I have to do this every once in a while. Okay. Now we can move on to the ends, which I just found out I can do this. No, not that one. This one. Thank you, Bug, for letting me know how to make this work. Because I never listened to my ending music. Because I didn't know you could do this. Now I can listen to my own ending song. Usually I can't listen to it. You can hear it, but I cannot. Everything is evil, but no longer. Keep doing it. It's not the person's name. It's not shout out. It's Ray. And I typed it wrong. Sorry, I never get to listen to this song, so I'm enjoying. I really like this song. Reading Mato, playing. All right, Breath of Fire. Yes, it's Saturday. Well, it is no longer Saturday, but it was when it started. Hope you had a good rest of your weekend or a good start of your week, whichever is the case. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening to this story, which is very sad and funny. And thank you for being nice to me. Have a good night. Bye. Thank you for killing me. We haven't done that yet. We're still working on it. No thanks yet. Bye!